Welcome back to the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Here from Silverstone on iRacing. Justin Prince alongside Stefan Schlacker, now joined by our producer, Iku Miracle, as we make our way through hours 7 through 12. Stefan and I will be here for hours 7 and 8, or being joined by the next broadcast crew. That respective crew, we'll see Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder jump in for hours 9 through 12. But as we make our way inside 18 hours to go, pit stop time has hit once again, meaning it's time to see how the strategies all play out here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We have talked about it earlier already, but we can't just say it often enough. Night racing is completely different from day racing. Obviously, your mindset has to shift from where your braking markers are, where your turn markers are, because they all are now only in the cone of your lights. And depending on which car you drive, that might be a very narrow field of view that you're suddenly having to deal with. And obviously, Silverstone, it isn't a track known for its night racing, so it doesn't have a lot of lights around it, only around the sponsor boards that are over the track. Those have lights on, but they don't really give any lights down onto the track. And obviously around the pit buildings we have lights as well, but apart from that, pretty much non-existent at all. I mean, you were just able to get a quick glimpse of the front stretch. There wasn't any light on the track whatsoever, so these guys most definitely needed to have practiced their night stints, otherwise they're gonna be in quite some trouble spots.
Give a quick rundown of how things are going. Starting off with the MX-5s, we're looking at the MX-5 leader, Project Dynamic Green's Elliott Huffman. Their team leads by a full lap over Sequential Sim Sport. Sequential Sim Sport, remember, picking up a drive-through for incident points. Racing for Extra Life, BUSRI Racing, Wild Things Racing, and RF Esports MX-5 amongst the top 6, followed by Quantum Racing Team and Team Keep Together. Meanwhile, you talk things over with the touring cars. Next Gen Orange continuing to lead for now, but Simtech is on their trail, able to close up due to steering damage being dealt with, but Jamie Dory for much of this race as a result of contact down the Hainer Straight. Those two now separated by about 15 car lengths. Race Anywhere Sim Sport, Wiskins Racing, Taxibit, aided by iTelemetry, Dapper Customs, Pineapple Racing, amongst the top 5 there. RD Sim Sport, RAF Esports TCR, and Leapall Racing amongst the top 8. Meanwhile, when it comes to GTs, the BRT car, the 39 of Josh Benson, continues to dominate. They lead with only one other car in the lead lap for now, Samsung Canon Esports. Century Sim Esports, 89 Motorsport GT, WR Esports, Elite Racing Team, Old Turtles, and Century Sim Racing, the top 8. Quick rundown of how things are going here in this race so far. We're down to 17 hours, 54 minutes to go up on the clock, with many of these drivers expected to pit the next couple minutes or so. With pit stops, there is the potential of more trouble spots, keep in mind. Drivers going to have to keep their eyes open when they peel out of the pit lane, as well as how they fare right out of the pit stop window here tonight. While taking a look over at Samsung Canon Esports once again, holding on to second for the time being. Question is, do they keep their driver in, or do we see a swap around with how long Custers has been behind the wheel?
Yeah, and it seems like Mark Custers is a little bit starting to slow down. 59.881 his last lap was versus a 57.998 from your current leader, that is Josh Benson. Let's actually see how he gets over this line right now, time-wise. Might have been just a traffic lap that got hold him up so much. This time around a 59.192. a little bit faster, but also a lap that had him see lots of traffic, so most definitely not the most comparative laps between those two. What still impresses me though is that gap we see right now between first and second, 1 minute and 2 seconds. Even though the stop was faster from Mark Custer by about 7 seconds over the BRT car, yeah, they are just losing so much time continuously that they are just 55 seconds now in front of your leaders on track. So yeah, if they just continue this speed right now, BRT, as they move into pit lane to get their next scheduled pit stop, we are gonna see a similar issue as we see in the MX-5 Cup class right now, where we have a leader that's leading by overlap with not even half of the race yet completed.
Benson in for scheduled service. We see the response from Samsung Canon Esports like the last time. They are a fair bit back, remember. So, take a moment before we see a decision being made by Custers. Mark Sykes also in as driver swap just now for Sim Dynamics in the 77. Custers coming up to the traffic jam, putting the battle for the touring car lead. This might help out Luke Walsh a bit with the positioning of reaching Jamie Dory. Depending on if they continue, there they go, to the pit stop. So Jamie Dory, we talked about in that close battle. Simtech keeping the pressure up with Luke Walsh, trying to find a way to close up more than a second.
You know, it's very interesting. Luke Walsh, he did close in quite rapidly into the 13 once they had that wheel damage. But since they have caught that 13, Luke Walsh hasn't been able to close that gap right in. He still continues to be around that 1 second. Obviously, that also is down to traffic a little bit. But still, Simtech Motorsport hasn't been able to reel in nor overtake, obviously, that 13 in front of them. Is that now some strategy that's playing in, as they want to save fuel behind it and jump in the pit stop like that? Or is Jamie Dory able to find something in his Honda Civic that keeps him just in that ahead of that 1 second barrier with Luke Walsh behind him? So very, very interesting development between those two. Let's see where those two head in the coming laps until their pit stop.
Have to see as they clip a little bit of the curbing. For these drivers, lengthy stint totals around 34 to 35 plus laps. They have to zip around an MX-5 again. And you're right about the dark colors of some of these MX-5s. They come out of nowhere.
Yeah, that is a little bit the problem here. They're very dark, small brake lights as well, so you don't really see it that well if you're not careful. Especially for our view, we can barely see them except for their headlights, which for us is a little bit of a surprise sometimes, as it was just now. They have the little lights on the sides as well, but that doesn't help much either. Dave Christie was that MX-5.
Matic has also ducked into the pit lane of note during this cycle. Luke Walsh trying to zip himself away, holding on to the class lead for now, till he has to make his pit stop. Still 3 laps out until then for Simtech. In the midst of a pit strategy for those just tucking in and ducking in. Apologies for the technical issues just moments ago. Simtech currently is in the class lead for touring car. Next Gen Oren made a scheduled pit stop. 3 laps difference on their cycles, keep in mind. So it's Simtech. the sim racing and karting team up at the point, looking to pull off and away amongst the teams who had in real life competition as well. Successful drivers in the British 24 Hours kart in the rookie class this past year.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, that was 40 laps for Next Gen Orange right there. Lee Horn now, as you said, in the car for number 13. Luke Walsh, still 3 laps to go. And I just quickly calculated roughly, so that was a 90-minute stint for the TCRs that they are able to do. Pretty much expected that. Anyway, just wanted to have that confirmation, as it didn't see a single TCR pit until now. Probably just missed them pitting earlier. Anyway, yeah, Next Gen Orange, they are now, what is that? A minute and 7 behind SimTech Motorsport. What can Luke Walsh do with his overcut? And especially, what can Lee Horn do now in that Next Gen Orange with hopefully a repaired steering wheel once again?
When you consider when it comes to some of the strategies, absolutely amongst those also who will pit this time around, Wild Things Racing in the MX-5s, just put it on the fuel judge as well. Lead Paul Racing, I should say, just put Hex Valentine in to their car. 4X Racing Green has just put Neil Ferrier behind the wheel with a 401, part of the pit stop sequence. And it's so intriguing when you talk about a team side when they have not just the virtual component, but the real world component, like this team, such as SimTech, we're keeping an eye on. They started karting back in 2014, mind you. And this organization's been around since essentially 2010, with a lot of time on the sim as well. Walsh making his way through Megats and Beckett's for the time being. Beckett pit stop in the next couple laps or so for their respective squad for the time being. Once those cars that have also closed up, by the way, Old Turtles and Century Sim have closed up to one another on the racetrack.
So having a quick look also on the side between Next Gen and SimTech Motorsports in the TCR class, the gap has stabilized around a minute 14 now. However, Lee Horn is slightly faster than Luke Walsh, about 4/10 in the last lap between those two. So very, very interesting how that is all going to come to play out once Luke Walsh is into pit lane, as he's now has started his 39th lap. We're expecting him to pit on the end of lap 40. So still 2 laps to go for Luke Walsh in that 44. And then it's pretty much anybody's guess who's going to be out on top between those two.
Here's the interesting thing, though, when it comes to the driver behind the Century Sim wheel. Remember, that driver got a penalty earlier for being underage. Yes, he was a part of those drivers who are below this certain age cap for this respective event who got penalized with a 1-lap penalty. And there was the big question of how would it be played out if it was all the drivers if they're underage, if it would be done again if they jumped in the car. How does this play out for Ethan Critch?
Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. Like you said, underage, they normally would be allowed to drive being underage, but they certainly are. So let's see if our organizers decide to put another 1-lap stop-and-go penalty on them.
Don't know if they will or not. Keep in mind, keep an eye on it though, as they've lost ground to the position they were fighting with as a result of some of the traffic. By the way, Walsh is just about at that 40 lap mark. He will go an extra lap this time, by the way, in the touring cars. See just how the flow of this racetrack could be very difficult at this point of this race. Pitch black darkness. There is no lighting in just about all sections of the racetrack right now.
Yeah, that is pretty much the experience you would also get on the Nürburgring if you were driving the 24-hour race there. So another track, like I pretty much suspect already, without pretty much any lighting around the track, though I expected, to be honest, a little bit of lighting on the pit straights, but not even that is true. The only things that are sort of illuminated from time to time are the actual outsides of the track, which is a little bit of a helping point, most definitely to the drivers, as some of their braking and turning references are still there. Though I'm pretty sure everybody that is going to be driving in the night has plenty of practice in the nighttime settings.
At least you hope. Imagine putting in a driver who's never raced in the nighttime and saying, hey, we need you to make sure to keep this car clean for 3 hours. You're on your own. Good luck.
Yeah, it most definitely can happen. It once happened to me, actually, in an endurance race where I was only set for daytime driving because of time offsets in the night. And actually, I had to drive another, to my 3-hour stint driving into the evening. I had to do another 4 stints in the night just because I was there and our actual night driver wasn't. And so I pretty much had to learn on the go, not only the track at night, but also the reference points at night, because I did 0 practice in the night on the track, as well as it was the first time driving on the track as well. So that most definitely can really offset not only your pace, but also you start to make mistakes you normally wouldn't do, and you put yourself into situations that you probably never experienced because all of a sudden the car does something that it never did before. And so you really need to be on your toes and slowly, very slowly, start to build up your pace from being super safe with braking and turning into starting to be much more confident and aggressive.
Absolutely, at this point of the race. So the Century Sim machine currently scored in the 8th position on their 7th lap of the stint. Expecting Next Gen Orange to come in. Here's the trouble spot, or rather should expect SimTech Motorsports to come in. Worth noting that Lee Thorne is now behind the wheel of the Next Gen Orange machine, not Lee Holm, but that car is dealing with very loose conditions. Looking at some of the other battles forming up, 89 Motorsport currently holding on to the 3rd spot. Needs to find a way to close up 20 seconds. Able to get back to where they were with the 7. While GTWR Esports, the 22 car, works its way around the racetrack. Expecting them to peel down soon. Various different strategies expected to pop up here for a lot of these drivers here, coming at 17 hours and 30 minutes quickly.
So the only battle pretty much on the entire track that is actually super close seems to be the battle that we have on screen right now for third place between the 22 and the 489 for third place, as the field has really started to spread out surprisingly rather quickly once the sun has set beyond the horizon and darkness has rolled over. So yeah, let's see what happens now with all the drivers. Obviously there might be some drivers, like for example I was always, that are more confident in the night than others and are able to set themselves apart from the competition.
See if this trend continues for some of the drivers indeed. See some of the traffic they're having to deal with as well, including Race Anywhere SimSport they have to drive on by. By the way, Luke Walsh is still going on his strategy for those curious if there's a pit stop coming from there. 42 coming to 43 laps.
Yeah, so Luke Walsh, 42 laps now in, 41 laps in is Race Anywhere SimSport 047. Ian Manners actually now driving into pit lane at the end of lap 41. So very, very interesting how different the strategies are. Luke Walsh being able to go at least one lap longer than anyone else in his class with this stint. Lee Hall already 5 laps in his.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's the roll-in.
There we go.
Now it's the question, where does he cycle with Horn?
Where is Horn on track? There is Horn, Lee Horn, going through, I think that's Maggots and Chapel. Oh no, actually that's Luffield, so he's on the other end of the track right now.
Paul Morgan now jumping into the car. So two different drivers now looking to keep up the battle here. Next Gen Orange still has half a track to make up. Alright, them some shuffling still. This is for third. Fury SimSport this time by has come in. There's the pit stop being finished by Paul Morgan. Where does he cycle with Lee Horn? Horn looks like he has cycled a fair bit different. Horn getting shuffled 2-3 wide. That is a massive difference.
Yeah, pretty much expected that already, because Lee Horn just has been able to keep up his pace. Last lap a 2:18.425. This time around, once he finally crosses the start-finish line, a 17.876, now getting the confirmation, so losing major amounts of times. Lee Horn seems to have the same struggle that they weren't able to repair the wheel damage, it seems, on that number 13 pit stop, because Lee Horn just doesn't have any pace right now, being 3 seconds off pace of what that car was already doing at some points in the race.
Remember, Jamie Dory's been driving with that car the entire time with the driver swap. Lee Horn, do you think Lee Horn wasn't expecting it, and that's also contributing to being 6 seconds slower?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, quite honestly. You know, he has been in that car when the damage occurred, so he was able to acquaint himself over the time to that damage, and he was getting faster and faster with every lap with that wheel damage. And Lee Horn, it's the first time he drives that car with the damage, so I'm not surprised that he's struggling with it, because he never experienced the car to be handling this way. And most definitely it seems like it's some major damage through the corners that they have to deal with, because they're losing just that much time.
Well, you see how much they're dealing with traffic too. Alex Roth trying to give space to Mark Sykes, having to step out hard right, be able to avoid running over the MX-5. John Finch, who is a lap down, is even trying to make moves now on the 13. So this may have fallen into Paul Morgan's direction here. Paul Morgan has ran off and away, and everybody wants to find a way around Horn. Horn is really struggling to get around these cars here too. He's nearly hit the back of a couple MX-5s, and where in the world is Hex Valentine going? You just may have noticed the 621 may have just gotten punted by Prismatic Motorsports and is now coming on the track.
Yeah, that really unfortunate, but it did look like the 621 didn't hit the wall, so lucky break for them. Lead Paul Racing, Hex Valentine. Thankfully though, also has a lot of space front and rear. One lap behind the next car, 41 seconds to P9. 621 having a very quiet race, at least right now, for position.
Take a look at the replay. This is how they got that far away from the track.
Actually was a slide by themselves. Didn't get hit at all, just lost it on the curbing, it seems like, on the entry of Abbey.
But then they have the massive slow up here to be able to find a hole to get on the racetrack, and as a result, they lose plenty of ground. It's past the halfway point of the hour. For those just tuning in, still decent separations for a lot of the battles. TNT Esports, who has been on different cycles for part of today, has finally found someone to battle with. Score X Esports. This is for 7th.
Incredibly, already 2 laps down from your leaders and battling for 7th place. Normally you would say that at the end of a 24-hour race, but not this time. Just shows the domination BRT has been putting on this GT3 pack.
Then you have Old Turtles, who is about a second plus up the track. Sammy missing a bit of the corner this time, but they're having to get the job done on old tires again, so there's a strong chance 45 and 46 catch them. Keeping on how the intervals are playing out here. 73 getting reeled in quickly by McMahon. Now it's what was Goring. That seems to be the difficulty today. Drivers on the different strategies, once they try the older tires, being able to try and maintain the time. A lot of the times they have not been able to maintain the time. To deal with plenty of traffic right now. McMahon loses a bit of ground as a result. Now they pick it back up at Old Turtles. So a 3-car battle for position.
Yeah, now they're pretty much there for the 45. 73, just 6/10, the gap between 6th and 7th, and then obviously TNT Esports as soon as the 45 tries for something. The 46 will be there as well. Then we will have a very great battle for 6th place. 3 cars fighting it out. As I see, the 489 of 89 Motorsports is in pit lane.
Some of the various pit stop strategies coming in. Here comes Scorex Esports to pass by the driver on old tires. Or do so. So McMahon moves up to the 6th position.
And that also means probably that the 4016 T Esports will try to get quickly past the 73. They are pretty much on the same pit strategies as the 45 is 16 laps in their stint, 12 and 17 laps respectively for the 73 and 46. Only difference is, as you said, the tires, as that 73 did not take tires on the last pit stop.
Pace difference being seen as absolutely tremendously different. A lot of these cars today, of note, Fury Simsport has pit. They have not selected a new driver for that car yet. Into Esports now within 1 second again to be able to try and find a way up to 7th. Oh, and trouble for the 51. Century Sim Esports has just gone into a crash with 9th place DCW Chicken. The lights are blinking. There's plenty of rear damage now for the Century Sim car as a result of a massive stoppage in the middle of the corner exit. And another car is off track.
I wasn't able to catch who that was, but it seemed like a GT3 car being on the exit there of Brooklands.
That was the 621 of Lead Paul Racing that was off the track, one of the touring cars. So 2 incidents building up there. That was all amidst, including the driver in 5th. Here is what happened. See the pass, but watch the next corner where trouble's afoot.
Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, and then the hit in as well from the Ferrari 480. That might have also just been the inside cup. Didn't really see exactly what the Mercedes-AMG did hit there. Maybe it was just the foot as well. That was a little bit too much of a heavy one. Either way, lost them some time. Didn't lose them position.
Oh, and 4X Racing Green just got turned in the 401 car. Just got hooked around by an MX-5. So everything is kicking off as we take a look at one of the cars zip around the Lambo.
Yeah, we have talked about it, Justin. The nighttime is where the problems can start, and the problems most definitely have started to accumulate.
It's been involved that 4X Racing car. Green car. And as we mentioned, the MX-5s have very little light coming out of them. If you have a dark paint scheme, it's at your own risk, it seems, tonight. Does it end up causing a hook around with this car? See just how difficult it is to get around the traffic? They nearly get hit by the same car again.
Yeah, but once again, that was an overtake late around the outside.
just now as well, that car we just seen with Greg Smith forced Roxanne Marshall into the grass, so it's getting very chaotic. Let's take a look at the replay. Look how dark this is. And then, hello.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I was talking earlier. You, as a GT3, you're not allowed to overtake a MX-5 or a TCR late around the outside of a corner. They need to take the entire track right there. That's just how committed they have to be through there. And once again, we see a car, the 401 in this instant, to go around an MX-5 very late around the corner. They can't alter their line just like a GT3 would be able to do in that instance. And that's why the 401 gets punished right there, because they do exactly that. A late move round the outside, right into the racing line of a Mazda MX-5. They are so grip limited that they can't do anything about it and just collect that 401 into a spin, into the barrier. And they now have to deal with a slight bit of damage to their snout because of their own wrongdoing.
By the way, pit stops underway for some drivers again. ScoreX has elected to come in because they've hit the incident mark to serve a penalty right now. Let's take a look at the previous replay. Prismatic we're looking at. Oh, hello.
Oh!
And you can see them having to stop along the side of the road as well. That's in the section Abbey all the way to Village.
Yeah, but it also seemed to be pretty much the same problem as we saw from the 401, but different. Probably Prismatic seemed to have expected that gap to stay open and realized late that it is going to close, leaving no space for the car behind to react to that. Braking maneuver in a full throttle zone, and that's why they got basically rear-ended there. Just an innocent bystander, whoever that car was behind them, might have been the Century Sim Racing team, or actually the #1 next-gen racing team, Purple, of Mark Sykes. Yeah, just small mistakes like that. It's the nighttime, they're gonna come out, and the longer we go into the night, deeper we go into the night, the more those problems just might accumulate, especially involving those little pecky MX-5s because of their inability to change their line quickly.
Oh, one of those MX-5s in the backdrop just got punted. Ryan Abbott's is in the grass. They're able to hold on to it. Here's a look at more cars giggled together with an MX-5. This is second place. Sequential just pitting, and they get a love tap too. Everybody hitting the MX-5s.
Yeah, those MX-5 drivers right now blessing the Mazda designers for constructing such a sturdy car, it seems. Because they most definitely are getting shoved around right now. Having a look at the replay, Ryan Abbott's here of RAF Motorsports MX-5 through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. Little bit of a white line, and then what is that GT3 thinking right there?
He's thinking there's no car there, or the car's going to disappear. Nearly disappeared to the nether of damage repair, but it doesn't. Elite Racing Team has also just ducked into the pit lane this time around in the 11:31 laps scheduled pit stop after they have to use one of the fast repairs earlier. So it's definitely getting very scary out here. It's not October, though. Meanwhile, let's take a look at one of the choo-choo trains building up. Take a look at Century Sim Racing. They are battling for position. And some of the cars around them cut the grass, such as Old Turtles for a track limit. Prismatic Motorsports is for position.
Rachel Concolly in the BMW M4 right there. Probably not going to have too much of a shout in that battle for 11th place as Ethan Critch, much faster last lap, nearly 2 seconds faster, or actually well over 2 seconds faster than the 98. So probably easy food here for Critch once he gets into passing range.
See how this all goes around here as they close up a little bit. David Brown in front of them causes a slight checkup. Critch boxed in for the time being. We'll see if there's a send heading to Brooklands or if they have to wait all the way to the Hinter Straight. Looks like the Hinter Straight.
Might see something here into Brooklands. Though Rachel able to get ever so slightly off an advantage over the 12th place car. Though corner speed much faster from the car in behind. Century Sim Racing trying their best to get past Rachel here, and this looks like a grand entrance into an overtake here.
I'm built up by Critch, and it looks like Rachel Concolly gives some space this time. So Critch up to the 11th position on the racetrack. Them spread out fairly apart now at this point. Time being outside of this respective battle for the time being. So we've reached the calm of the storm yet again. Now what's the question? How long does it stay calm? Just as say that Quantum Racing team in the 37 have spun out in an MX-5. It appears in Brooklands. And not a good spot for the rejoin. Here comes the pack. And nearly getting clipped by ScoreX Esports for good measure.
Yeah, not sure why they needed to close the door that much to the MX-5, but either way, it didn't hit them. So all is good, and here we see the issue of Alex Ruff Quantum Racing Team, the 37 MX-5. Super wide, and on the gravel probably spins it out. Yes, indeed. Seems like Alex Ruffy just missed his braking point there in the darkness of the night.
Yeah, just struggling a little bit on the viewpoints, it seems. Coming up to 17 hours to go. Comes more traffic. Like some side-by-side gonna have to back off as well as we're zoned to the said traffic. That's Fury Sim Sport, that's a lap down. 4X Racing Green on a different lap as well. Of note, third spot for the MX-5s for the first time in a long while has just closed up. 40th overall. Remember, racing for extra life has had to deal with a lot this run. BUSR has closed up the gap now.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. MX-5 racing at the big track like Silverstone. That should be a good creative force of draft racing. Let's see if Adam Benjamin is able to do something down Hanger Straight. Obviously, we're gonna see a little bit of traffic as well, driving right down the middle of the road, those two. Is there going to be a pass attempted into Stowe as two GT3s basically fly past our camera?
Adam
there's
Benjamin,
the move! My goodness.
All the way from 2 car lengths back, Adam Benjamin launches it into Greg Smith. Smith spun around.
That was a dive all the way back from Liverpool. My goodness, how far do you want to be back for an overtake attempt?
Oh, and Adam Benjamin's had to come in from that hit. Straight in as a result of the contact. So now Greg Smith gets the spot back, and he's getting swarmed by Dave Christie, not on the same lap. So Adam Benjamin, as a result of the pun, elects to come in.
Actually, I have to slightly disappoint you about that battle for quote-unquote third place, because Dave Christie is actually a full lap down on Greg Smith.
Then even bigger, why was there the send?
No, Adam Benjamin is on the same lap. That was an actual
Yeah.
battle, but what we see right now, that's not a battle between those two MX-5. As exactly Dave Christie is one lap down on Greg Smith.
Dave Christie, the top 5, though. They look to try and keep out of the way of the rest of the traffic. Meanwhile, Century Sim picking off another driver. Next Gen. Next Gen lets him have it. So Mark Sykes drops down a spot as a result in the Next Gen Racing Team purple car. Rich continuing to gain time on the racetrack, running in the 159s.
Oh, spinner! Well saved in the background there from that BMW M4. Whoever that was that the 45 who did a massive save.
I think it was Scorex Esports, and once again, it was the RAF Motorsports MX-5 that got involved. Still able to keep going, though, in 7th. Here's a look, a tight clip, and a slide for McMahon.
Stephen McMahon, yeah. Great save from that 45. Well kept together. That could have been disastrous. Also, by the way, it seems like the 22 of GTWR Esports is out of this race, as I haven't seen them on track for a very long time now.
They're off the circuit indeed. By the way, Team Heap Together, one of the MX-5s, just went off circuit. They have been dealing with significant damage. They keep racing as we take a look once again now at the battle for 11th. Prismatic with a chance to leapfrog. Next Gen next. Here comes Scorex to break up the battle for the time being.
A little bit of an awkward situation there for Scorex, having to drive through that battle. Trying not to lose too much time as well, because they only have 9 seconds back to their competitor. That's Untitled Motorsport Sami Viljanen behind the wheel of that 73 in 8th place.
Absolutely, McMahon trying to find her way around the lap traffic. Now given space by Sykes to take it to the inside. Does Prismatic take advantage? They do. And out of entry. Off to the Wellington straight, side by side. The 98 with the preferred line. Sykes nearly got the pole, but now the send on the inside. Back for the switch back over for Sykes for the preferred line. Rachel Concoli not able to complete the move. Prismatic having a solid night overall. Again, to give them credit, they have been around this point of the field throughout the pack today. in the GTs. Oh, and a bad corner coming from Mark Sykes. Here comes Konkoly with a chance to build up the run once again. Up the inside, Prismatic. And there goes Mark Sykes. Falling back to 12th position as a result of the move. Prismatic up to 11th.
Very great move there by Rachel Konkoly to get that position on them. Now 11th place. Just perfectly used the mistake of Mark Sykes through Beckett's to get that run and move themselves past through Stowe into a 11th place. About 7 seconds back on 10th place. Rachel Konkoly might be on track to get themselves back in their top 10.
A good chance as we take a look at the battle for 20th. Was the Tower Maverick we mentioned involved in some trouble earlier. Now giving some space to Neil Furrier. 4X Racing Green Machine makes the move on the recovery.
Yeah, 4X Racing not with the best of evenings right now. Their two cars in the GT3 class, 20th and 23rd place. 6 and 9 laps down respectively, the 401 and the 402, hoping for something better to come through the night and morning stints.
Indeed, as this race goes on, let's take a look now at 14 overall. This is Simon Mason. And Mason's trying to find a way to close things up on Roxanne Marshall. They are catching up, in fact, UK Sim Racing. 2 seconds last time by picked up. They are gaining about nearly a second a lap the past 5.
Yeah, last lap of Simon Mason was just 2/10 away from the fastest lap that car has ever driven in this race. So very great job by Simon Mason, really putting pressure onto Roxanne Marshall of UK Sim Racing. That number 16 is starting to get closer and closer. Under 3 seconds the gap is, and it seems like it's only going to continue to close.
Seems like the consistency's there. Roxanne Marshall lost some ground with some of the traffic we've already seen. We're working our way to the top of the hour already. Of note, there might be another driver in the midst of all of this now. Andrew Jones just completed pit stop service for DCW Racing. They're coming out right around the battle. So Andrew Jones, who's already pit as mentioned, going to have the wedge between the two cars for the time being.
Yeah, which is good for Sim Dynamics Esports, one, because obviously DCW Racing is faster than UK Sim Racing, so they're going to be able to catch up that 16. And then that 114 fight versus the 16 might draw finally that 77 in, as Simon Mason last lap had a little bit of traffic, lost half a tenth once again. So the gap has grown over 3 seconds. So now with the traffic that we have seen by these two, Simon Mason quickly reeled that gap back in just 2.5 seconds. So traffic taketh, traffic giveth very, very hard right now.
Absolutely, and they have plenty of cars who are all fighting tooth and nail. None for position, though. As you can see up the track, that could cause some problems here. They have all held each other up like crazy. 2x2 up the Hayner straight with the traffic now. Just past 17 hours to go in this one. As this respective pack calms down. Well, if we take a glance over the top 8 for each of the respective groupings, BRT in the lead continues to dominate over Samsung Canon Esports. They lead by a minute and 20 plus seconds. Then you have 89 Motorsport, who is on a different strategy. They pit 12 laps ago, they're up to 3rd. Elite Racing Team is up to 4th. Then you have Century Sim Esports 5th, TNT Esports, Scorex Esports, All Turtles, the top 8. Touring cars, meanwhile, SimTech has ran away after they took the race lead with strategy difference. They lead by a sizable margin over Next Gen Orange, then Race Anywhere follows on behind. Their team is in the 3rd spot. Weskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry in 4th. Followed once again on the racetrack by Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing. Arnie Simsport, REF Esports, and TWR round out the top 8 grouping. In the MX-5s, meanwhile, Jules LeBlanc now behind the wheel for Project Dynamic Green. The response for Daniel Munoz, such a great battle for the lead in the MX-5 class. His car leads by a lap. Sequential Sim Sport in that 2nd spot, followed by Racing for Extra Life, USR, Wild Things, RAF Esports, Quantum, all by Team Heap Together, round out the field. That's all top to bottom at the running order. In about an hour from now, we will be switching over to our next broadcast team as they prepare for stint 3 of our commentating crews. David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder scheduled to slot on over.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that we are already 3 hours into our stint. Feels like we took over from Will Vincent and Zach just 5 minutes ago with how the racing has been.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild race tonight as the night time has hit, as the intensity level for whatever reason has stayed sky high. As more lap traffic management letting drivers by that time, Aztec Racing. So as you approach 16 hours to go, you mentioned the feeling of fatigue. How big will some of that be with a lot of these drivers reaching, in some cases, their 2nd stint? Some of them have been rotated frequently here, but some of them definitely going to be feeling some of the attrition.
Yeah, as I said, it really depends on how your driver scheduling was up to this point. Do you have someone that maybe didn't even drive yet? That would most definitely be the best case scenario right there. Or you have someone who drove at the start of the race, had now a few hours of rest, and is now going back into the car. That obviously also is a very great thing for them, but at the same time it can be a little bit of a problem because maybe your car is now damaged and it's carrying forever, and your driver that is now going to go in and drove earlier didn't experience the damage yet, so all of a sudden that driver finds himself with a car that completely drives different from what they experienced on the first set of stints that they had. So a little bit of a back and forth, but generally speaking, you most definitely would like to have a driver that is well rested and is ready to push for 3, 4, 5 stints right now.
Meanwhile, Paul Morgan, this is the touring car leader.
Oh my goodness!
Oh!
What was he thinking?
Another move to the outside of an MX-5 does not pay off.
Oh, there's a BMW spinning in the foreground. Very interesting.
That was Steven Koenig.
I don't understand the reasoning behind that move of Paul Morgan. He is at well after the corner already. The MX-5 most definitely stays to the left side there. It was always going to stay to the left side, yet he decides to go onto the grass to pass that MX-5. That most definitely was a case of Paul Morgan forgetting where on track he was located.
Great fade, yeah. Surprisingly, only 3 seconds lost from that. Take a look again. This is Dave Christie, a different look at a different shot.
So that is now the
Oh
BMW.
my.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. You talk about entering the corner hot.
Dave Christie is, what is he racing? He is racing an MX-5. Yeah, that was the speed difference right there between an MX-5 and the GT3 car through Maggots and Beckett's just there. Just completely, yeah, oversight by the GT3 drivers of how quickly he's going to be able to close in to that MX-5. And poor Dave Christie did not see what was coming for him.
Christie in the 5th spot as you take a look at Christie. Talked about how he was keeping it clean, right? Not anymore. He had to come down for 5.5 seconds last time by.
Yeah, that most definitely was a quick, fast repair from that hit. Unsurprisingly, too much damage to continue. Meatball flag was dished out, and Dave Christie had to take another new car.
Race for Extra Life, by the way, in their class has pit on a major different cycle. They have swapped for Luke Francis. On some of those changes, Century Sim Racing has also ducked down this time. Make our way towards this mark. Towards 16 hours to go. What goes through the thought process around this mark as a team dynamic at this point? We mentioned some of the trouble spots that can pop up. What is your thoughts that go through your head even when you're in the car at this point?
Well, it's hard to say. Some drivers are starting to think that they can, take it a little bit easier when they're being passed, that they actually give much more room to the passing cars. Some just, stay in it. What they have been doing most definitely has worked up to this point, so why change it? That most definitely would be my point of view onto that. But sometimes people get a little bit more careful. Sometimes they also start to, fuel save, tire save, just to be safer when it comes to pit stops and pit cycles, that they actually start to gain an advantage through that they start to slow down on purpose to make their own life easier once they get to the later points of the race, and that maybe through that they have more time in hand if something actually does happen to them. But I said at the same time, they're the people that are on the total opposite of the spectrum, where they just continue to keep on what they're doing right now, just because if they really do maximize so much right now of that gap, that when they continue like that, that they feel that is the safer option to be super fast and then have a lot of spare time like that. It just comes down to what kind of driver you are, what kind of team you are, and especially what kind of mindset you had going into an event like this.
Oh, by the way, James Holman completing the pass on David Brown for position. That was for 5th in the touring car class, and near 3 wide. So I can on esports trying to zip by there. The CaterhamRacer.com machine having to really back it down to make sure there was space for all of them to make it around the corner. Notice this though, Samsoi Kanon has closed the gap with the pit stop for BRT to about 18 seconds, but they do have to roll into the pit lane themselves here soon. It's gotten to where BRT has gone to a 1 lap difference compared to the 7. Take a look once again at ScoreX. ScoreX keeping things up with TNT.
45 most definitely is starting to get into a little bit of problems, but the good thing is those problems continue to be very small spins, stuff like that, so they keep themselves in contention. Also, they're now 30 seconds back on the next car, which is Century Sim Esports, if I see that correctly. No, actually, sorry, TNT. They are now behind them. There we go, they are 41 seconds. So we have this battle for 7th place, which I think actually is also the only battle we have on track. No, yes, indeed. They are the only ones to be within 2.5 seconds, which is the next gap between 5th and 6th place in the TCR.
Scorex trying to keep up now with TNT in the midst of all this. And here comes McMahon again with a run to the left side of the racetrack. And Moore with a little bit of a squeeze back. And Moore trying to hold on to the inside a little bit more, burping from the throttle for McMahon. McMahon preferred line. And they have traffic ahead to boot. There's the late arc, there's the move. Move complete for 7th spot. Of note, Team Green Print hit this time. Kinetic Racing also in this gaggle. Give credit, Kinetic Racing still running. They have to come back from significant damage repair. Very significant damage repair, in fact. 28 laps down, in fact, coming from the back.
I am honestly surprised that they have picked up that car once again. I'm not sure if I would have done that, but yep, they're most definitely doing that. 34th overall, pretty much back end of the TCR field as well. 2 laps down on the 33rd car overall, which is RAF Esports. Motorsports, there we go. TCR from John Finch riding up behind the wheel of that 23 TCR. Yeah, they will most definitely have a lot of driving time to do to get up to the next car, but would be surprised if we actually see them not last in the running order of this field if they can continue to keep that car on track.
There's a chance, absolutely. Making our way forward. 16 hours, 46 minutes to go in this race for those tuning in here for the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Things reaching the calm point. Time being.
I mean, you can see right now, sorry about that, how much faster that number 3 is. They just easily breezed past 8th place overall. And 8th place in their class, obviously. So they are most definitely showing that they still have the speed with this BMW M4 GT3. Question just is, yeah, how their race will develop and how serious they are gonna still take this. As we see, I think that's a very broken 489 on the left front.
Something happened to 89 Motorsport, and if anything, it's several somethings. 3rd spot on the racetrack, and it appears they may have gone around a couple times here.
Yeah, that left side is very broken. So what happened to Bartek? Oh, spin through Village, and oh my goodness, that should be major damage.
Oh, it's not over yet. Here's the rejoin.
Oh my goodness.
And blinky, that's Sean Rue not expecting the car to come across the track. So severe damage now on the side of that car. That has cost them 3rd. Very lucky to have no mandatory repairs, though, we'll say.
So 44 minutes to go until we hit the 16-hour mark. 8 hours nearly already done for today. Yeah, it's just incredible how these guys make this race so incredibly interesting that the hours just continue to fly by. And as expected, 489 most definitely meatballs are waving in their faces. Normally quite a delicious thing, not this time around though, as here's once again an onboard from the return of the 489, and yeah, that's just not how you do it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, definitely not expected there. Spins around the machine to make contact with 89 Motorsport, take the faster pair, and making the driver swap after that issue. This race continues to work its way around. Let's do a RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Follow on board. This is TNT Esports battling for 7th. Action continues for the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, here from iRacing's virtual Silverstone circuit. Tonight's action presented by Motorsport UK, ButtKicker, Goodyear, and by IMB Racewear. Looking at the battle forming up now, closing up is Andrew Pike, 15th position, trying to close things around. UK Sim Racing did have an off-track recently. They're trying to close up the ground again. Project Dynamic Green, they have to work around traffic-wise. Remember, the Sim Racing Collective having to recover from a technical issue earlier where their driver no longer had technical connection to the race session. Andrew Pike forced to check up this time, though, for Adam Benjamin.
Yeah,
Battle is on. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's a great recovery from the 99 back to 15th place. Yes, they are 3 laps down, but they are now in that battle versus UK Sim Racing. Yannis Willumsons behind the wheel of that car, 1.3 seconds back on that.
Trying to find a way to close up the ground again. The Sim Racing Collective win in clean space. Seems to be able to pull away, but it's been the traffic that has been a major hindrance for the UK Sim Racing car tonight. In almost every battle, we've seen them. We've also seen this close up. Andrew Parker has closed up to James Parker. It's the battle of which Parker is quicker. Reference, there is a major difference in strategy, yes, but DCW Racing Egg looking to keep that car clean, since there is the chance of the fragilities of an egg with contact, as we've seen tonight.
James Parker versus Andrew Parker. Yet the best Parker remains Peter Parker for some. But in this battle of the Parkers, gonna be very interesting. DCW Racing Egg, the 115, has been, you could say, a little bit off pace. About 1 to 2 seconds on average compared to the 17 of KTMRacer.com, Andrew Parker. Also, the funny thing is James Parker is James Parker 9, Andrew Parker is Andrew Parker 8. So even on numbers, they're not far separated.
You gotta love how some of the naming conventions can be when it comes to the platform. Still, they're separated by about a second. Worth noting, one of the cars they just had to pass by has to get repairs. Hex Valentine has demolished the 621 touring car after several spins. James Parker, meanwhile, breaks the 1 second plateau. The egg rolls away. Looking at an air battle starting to potentially form up. Andy Archer in the 43 starting to close up to Prismatic. They want the top 10 back. See just how they're entering some of the corners here. They do have TNT Esports between them. That could be a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, I just wanted to check the last lap times of Prismatic and Century Sim Racing, but seems like Rachel Conkley did blink for a second there on that last lap, because the time I'm being shown is a 1:13.758, and around Silverstone, not even a Formula 1 car can achieve that kind of lap times, because most definitely something went wrong there on our live timings. But the 2-minute point, 198 of Century Sim Racing and the Archers, most definitely a valid lap time.
Gonna be some changes in the running order for MX-5s. Dave Christie, we've checked in with him a couple times. 79 may have just caused the big one, because seconds ago he got hit by 3 different cars down the old pit straight. And what is the saying we've had throughout the night when it comes to passing MX-5 on the outside?
Never do it.
Dave Christie's got significant damage, and we get the chance to look in a second on
Oh,
Why? I think Stefan's seen it. Let's show you what happened, shall we?
So we're out of Luffield, all good. Entering Woodcut now, which shouldn't be a problem for an MX-5 whatsoever.
Blink, 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 and there's a car.
Oh.
3 cars piled up on the old pit straight. At least 2 with mandatory repairs. And yeah.
I would love to see that one from the GT3 onboard that did hit Dave Christie right there. Because that did look a little bit weird. How much reaction time did that GT3 have to the line change of the MX-5 of Dave Christie, who seems to be most definitely out of fast repairs, as that car is on the checks and seems to be also changing drivers. Yes, Martin Buchan now in the car for there. And there we go. So Brent Gulliot, Aztec Racing, number 19. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, he did close the gap there, Dave Christie, but there was also a lot of time for the 19 to react to that. It was the racing line technically, so he did stay predictable at MX-5, but with that closing speed, late time of day as well, not only in sim, but in real life as well, might have been just a little bit of fatigue and target fixation there from the GT3.
Oh, and another driver has mandatory repairs, Mark Sykes. What happened to Mark Sykes for him to have to come in? It had been a solid race for Sykes.
Yeah, definitely a fast repair there in action for Mark Sykes. That's the RAF he goes past. Is there going to be an issue through Maggots, Beckett, and Chapel? Seems to be clear skies ahead of him. Let's see, is it going to be a mistake on the grass? Yes, it is! Just loses it on the grass, and oh my goodness, what an impact to the wall.
Just a hard right.
Yeah, exit stage right there. That poor BMW. Thankfully, they still had at least one fast repair, so Paul Walsh only takes a standard pit stop and is on the way again. That number 1 most definitely hasn't had the cleanest of races either, as they now come out in a big gaggle of GT3 cars themselves.
Our penalty, by the way, 38, gets a black flag for incident points. Looking at Paul Walsh now, who, as a result of the pit stop, cycled just behind the Parkers. Look at the Parkers, still the same formation amongst them, although Andrew Parker starting to find a way to close back up.
Yeah, will be an interesting dynamic now with the number 1 right behind them. Normally they have a much better speed than the Parkers. So what can Next Gen Racing do? They're about 4 seconds back on them. What is going to happen? Will they be able to close that gap? And if they do, will that mean that Andrew Parker might have an opportunity to get past James Parker, as right now most definitely seems that they're even Stevens between those two.
Plenty of dirt being kicked up by one of the Century Sim cars, but seems like that absolutely. You have the Ferrari in front again. You have the BMW on the close. So the intriguingness of the manufacturer still in play of the difference here. The Ferrari is gaining a bit of ground down the straightaway.
Also, what I just realized, the 621, I don't know if we talked about them. Lead Paul Racing, Hex Valentine, they have now been in pit lane for nearly 6 minutes. So it seems like that 621 either has major repairs to serve or they are out of the race. Although I'm still seeing Hex Valentine is still in the car, sitting there on the apron. As we might see why Lead Paul Racing is having those repairs.
Remember, talked about that this car has had some problems throughout this run, and then they expedite the problems to pit lane.
That was also highly interesting how that one happened, as it seemed like that Hax Valentine did try to leave so much space that they ran onto the grass. That was very interesting, to say the very least. Though Hax Valentine made it back to the pit lane and is now serving mates repairs.
So just about everything's starting to break down for some of these drivers, it seems like, at the rate we're going. Down the front straightaway. More madness. More battles. More side-by-side. Andrew Pike gets a spot on Team Greenprint. So Pike able to recover down to 13th spot, nearly back to the team's starting position, in fact, with the trail they've been able to pick up in their BMW.
Yeah, they were roughly 2 seconds a lap faster for the past few laps, so unsurprisingly, Andrew Pike was able to make quick notice there of Tommy Joe Valenzuela. Though the next car 55 seconds up the road, that's not gonna be an easy overtake anytime soon. Might also just be the end of the rope for them, for at least right now, in their try to make advancements.
Unless they have a magic teleporter that can give them 1 minute of time, or they pick up all that time they need in the next few hours, or throughout the rest of the run, it's going to take a while. In other words, it's going to take them time. Either time machines or physical time.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, I was trying to keep a rough eye on our number one, the next gen racing team, Purple Paul Walsh, after they have come out after that quick repair. They continue to lose time, 12.2 seconds now. Paul Walsh is back on the Parkers, so we won't see any tries of passing there, so Andrew Parker will have to continue to do it all on his own. Also, they continue to be the only close battle right now on track, still being just 0.3 of a second between themselves.
Oh, and Andrew Parker nearly drives it off the racetrack, takes them out of the fight. Keep in mind, some of the experience may come in here in terms of the iRacing experience and iRating, so to speak. There is a difference of nearly 2,500 iRating. Andrew Parker with the lower total.
Yeah, it shows though, iRating not always has much of a saying. You never know where that iRating really was made up. You know, maybe someone is a Skip Barber driver and only does this for fun. And then obviously that speed doesn't really translate into a GT3. So yeah, can't always take that iRating eye for eye, which, you know, sometimes is great, because then you can tell somebody you have raced someone 2.5k or something iRating higher than you, and you have most definitely crushed their hopes and dreams in that race.
For those curious, for Caterham Racer, basically it's a UK-based series on a different platform. We'll give that asterisk. That races essentially olden-style race cars around the circuits for the respective campaigns. So coming over from a different platform, these respective drivers. They do run the UK gauntlet of racetracks, though. Let's take a look at Andrew Jones, meanwhile. Andrew Jones, what did he do here? How about 3 wide nearly in front? Then this. How do you even get through that? Oh! Who was that MX-5 who just looped it? Looks like Andrew Jones got away with damage there, Stefan, but again, when... Yeah, it was, again, from one understanding, it was team heaped together. It was Yeneman Prulis who went around, who, by the way, the 38 is still without a meatball flag, despite being skewed all over the racetrack.
Yeah, welcome to the MX-5, Justin. That car can take a beating. I've said it earlier, and that most definitely shows it. But yeah, that did look like the internet users were a little bit at play with that one. But yeah, either way, just highly unlucky for Andrew Jones. He has that battle and then gets collected like that, loses so much ground to his dance partner. 3 seconds now the gap is, it seems like. So yeah, most definitely not the best of that.
Yeah, and then you have 4X Racing Pink getting a little bit of contact in that. 43 for Century Sim Racing is ducked in this time. So Andrew Jones does lose some ground, but still has about a 30-second buffer next position around the racetrack. You have to give respect, though, for drivers who decide, let's run the Mazda MX-5 today here at Silverstone, because it's not easy, as we've seen.
Yeah, no, it never is easy to drive a much slower car than the fastest class. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, in case you don't see the lap times yourself in front of you, which you most definitely would be if you're right now on RaceSpotTV/timing3, which is your live timing for today's race. Gilles Leblanc, who is right now in your lead car of the MX-5 class. Last lap, a 2:29.764, which is slower by, what is that, nearly 30 seconds, 31 seconds actually, slower than the BRT car of Oliver Furnell on his last lap, a 1:58.457. Around the track like Silverstone, that is just flat out tells you how much slower an MX-5 is on a straight line, but also tells you how much great aerodynamic advancements that GT3 has over an MX-5, because that corner speed also is much more rapid than any MX-5 would ever dream of achieving.
And a very much achieving day for some. Let's take a look at UK sim racing, though. A little wiggle, a wobble, a little grass.
Yeah, spins in front of traffic, but traffic was still quite far away, so didn't even probably need to check up for that. That was through Brooklands into Luffield. Could have been much worse, most definitely. So good thing for them, quick time loss only. Not gonna be too upset about that one.
Of note in the MX-5 class, and our black flag Quantum Racing team has reached the incident mark. So about half the field at this mark has had to come in here for a fast repair from that field and or the incident marks. Project Dynamic Green, not so much. Blanc still doing what he needs to do. Not get hit by anybody and continue to lead.
Yeah, and remember, you have to hit 100 incidents to get that black flag for too many off tracks. And then if I remember correctly, it's 25 after that you get another black flag for too many incident points. So if you have racked up 100 already, you're gonna have to very careful to not rack up those 25s, because they will come in an instant if you have only had, if you've already had 100 incident points in not even 6 hours time.
Indeed, it has been an intriguing run. And hello, says another car as they watch. That is Samsoi Kanan Esports. It seems like whenever we look away, Samsoi Kanan Esports wants to be on the screen.
Yeah, most definitely. They just love the attention right now. It seems the number 7 Scott Rister 1.5 minutes behind your leader. That gap is incredible. That means on track, Oliver Furnell is just 28 seconds behind them. That's how big that gap is.
Yeah, so far they've been able to keep on chugging along though on their strategy. They actually believe outran BRT, who ran a 2-minute flat last time. So Scott Rister doing the job that their respective team needs to do here to be able to try hold on to a solid podium position here. We've seen David Sampson behind the wheel. We've seen Mark Custers. Keep in mind they have Dion Fialo part of that camp now too, which is a big pickup for them.
Yeah, Dion Fialo, one of the quickest drivers in a GT3 car. Have had the pleasure many years ago to drive under the same banner as Dion Fialo. And I have to say, I've never learned as much about making a setup for a GT3 car than I have with Dion Fialo.
And it's impressive, again, what they've done with Samsung Canon Esports, able to take part in a lot of the big events. We've seen Tony Kanaan in some of the events, in fact, take part under this banner. So it's impressive what we've seen from the orange and purple, as they look to try and establish their dominance on that color palette over a certain other team. Six 16 hours, 15 minutes to go, by the way. Coming up towards the top of the hour, David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda are expected to swap in for hours 9 through 12. Here at Silverstone, let's take a look at some near bumper cars. And that's James Parker, who's been trying to make sure to hold on in front of Andrew Parker by a sizable margin now. Having a lot of traffic to deal with in the midst of things. Keep in mind that the car in front is on a different lap cycle to them. Simon Mason keeping the car clean this run for the 70-17.
Yeah, 77, one of the cars that most definitely is in pretty much no man's land in this field, as we have the 402 once again facing the wrong side of wrong direction of the track. Not the first time that we have seen from those drivers. Already 9 laps down on your leaders. That Lamborghini most definitely has seen better days.
Not been a pretty day for 4X. Let's take a look real quick at what happened here. It's not the Mazda.
Is it just going to be a standard mistake through Maggots, Beckett, and Chapel, or is there going to be an MX-5? Yes, it is. And why would you go for that gap? That was always going to close.
Even when you think there's no wall.
Great job though by Anderson to keep holding the brakes, not moving, not flinching a single centimeter. That could have spelled disaster if he would have tried to move there.
Yeah, that was sketchy for T. Charles Anderson. We can go back over to Simon Mason. I want to note one thing when it comes to that. We talked about the differences in experience in the field today. The driver behind the wheel of the 77 has rear-world experience in this event, remember. He raced in the very first Britcar 24-hour back in 2005. And in turn, Brilliant team went on to win 3 years in a row, known as the Britcar 24 Giant Killers, by finishing inside the top 10 from the lowest classes all the time. He had been running in a Honda Civic Type R at the time. The last time Simon Mason ran in this event of the real world, 2012, in a Janetta G40. where he beat all the chief 50s and 55s for the event.
Wow, incredible.
So Simon Mason, with real-world experience, coming over to help out with Sim Dynamics Esport. The air drivers include drivers that have more technical experience, and they also have sim racing designs, and David Gibbons, who is part of this group, as well as a couple others who have supported the team who has experience, including Sean Doyle as part of the camp, who is having their first child in the coming days, wasn't able to make the race, and is one of the youngest drivers ever, mind you, to drive an ELMS or LMP2 car. Take a look at TWR, meanwhile. 8th in class.
Is it just me, or does that car look very slow? It does indeed. So maybe something happened to Carl Lewis, and that's why we see him here on screen. 59, most definitely looking worse for wear. That is sure on the left side. Yeah, my goodness, that is crumbled and a bit.
That is a Watson-backed car. And here's why the TWR car is gone. There's some air.
Get off
and
the
then...
track.
Oh!
Whoa! My goodness, what was that?
Did he have no traction? He hit the same car back.
If I would know it better, that was retaliation, but most definitely not. That was just the brain lapse, I would say, from Carl Lewis, because he was on tarmac, and once he got onto the grass, he realized it started to brake, but I was obviously way too late to make any avoidance movement onto that GT3, and just completely blasted himself over that front.
Been clipped for.
Well, obviously, if you're one of the leading cars, then the message would be, I love you guys, you're awesome. You can do it right now. If you're one of the basic cars, you're probably starting to think of, can we do something different? Is there anything we actually can do different? Or is it just a case of, we're in a situation right now, and we just have to deal with it. We are not as fast as the guys ahead of us. We just have to continue chugging off our laps, try to stay off incidents as best as possible, and just, you know, take it from there, see what the race has for us in store for the next 16 hours, and just take it as it comes. You can't do anything about it. It's endurance racing. Anything can happen, and probably anything will happen if you're not careful. So just continue to stay careful, continue to be on point at every single moment of time, and just go from there. If you have had bad luck, you're most definitely in the recovery phase, and you just say to your drivers, guys, I know we have had bad luck, I know the race hasn't gone our way, but we still have 16 hours to go. We still have that time to recover. Yes, we won't be there anymore at the very end. We won't get to the top 5, top 10, whatever. But we still are in the race. We still can gain positions. We still have the speed to go to that place or that place. So you're just trying to cheer up your guys, trying to cheer up your drivers, try to focus their mind again at what is at hand, because they're most definitely going to be in a place of, yeah, we have that pace where what we should be there. You have to get that out of their head. You have to focus them at what is right now their task. Just tell them that they have to be real with themselves. Yes, we're not going to be there anymore. Yes, we most definitely have to pace for that, but that's the good thing. We're just here to have fun. We can now just enjoy ourselves and drive basically flat out. We don't have to worry about any strategy anymore whatsoever.
Of note, remember RAFE Motorsports and the race so far? Well, they had gone to the top 5. They've popped the motor. They've managed to blow up their Mazda. See them running very slow, actually up the road from Samsung Canon Esports. They have blown the motor.
Yeah, that's the thing with the MX-5. You can accumulate a lot of damage. It's not going to affect your car until all of a sudden you blow your engine. That is the downside of all the beating the MX-5 can take, because you don't realize how close you are to actually incurring engine damage with all the damage that you have received over the course of the race.
Coming up towards the top of the hour, 5 minutes away from the swap over, Ewan O'Leary will be jumping in 4 hours 9 to 12 rather than David Haynes. David Haynes moving towards 13 to 16. He's also going to be joined by Lorenzo Bonder for hours 9 through 12. Real quickly, let's get the thoughts of the upcoming commentary crew as we get ready for the swap over. 16 hours to go, quickly approaching this race. Ewan, are you there?
I'm indeed, Justin. Just finding my microphone here. Great. But yeah, I am here. Looking forward to a nice 4-hour stint here at Silverstone. Always a fun circuit to have 24-hour racing around. So yeah, very much looking forward to it.
What are your expectations for the midway portion of this race, coming up to halfway, should say? Because, in case you've been checking in, there have been a lot of landmines today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this middle portion of the race, I think it is in any endurance race, is just about getting through. Because of the time of year that we're in, it's going to mean a lot of darkness, a lot of dark driving for the drivers here today, for the teams. So it's going to be a very, very long night indeed. And so just getting through these hours is really, really important. And so, you know, it's very difficult, and it's very difficult to get yourself in that mindset mentally of just getting through. However, you've just got to do it, because there are many, many hours of darkness here tonight.
Lorenzo Bonder will be joining you for the next 4 hours. Lorenzo, your thoughts as we approach 16 hours to go.
Oh, hi. Yeah, survival race. Into the night, Silverstone. I like the track. I like the combination. I think this is the first time I commentated on a 24-hour race in Silverstone. So, should be interesting, as I saw there was eventful moments right here, and it's going to continue, because it is a very different track with so many different variation of speeds. It is what it is.
Ewan and Lorenzo will be taking over fully in the next 3 minutes or so here on the racetrack. Why don't we run through how the field is doing so far as we reach the top of the hour? BRT leads still. The lead is now up to 1 minute and 34 seconds. They are already up to second in terms of how far they've lapped. Samsung Canon Esports second. Elite Racing Team 89 Motorsport at the top 4, followed by Scorex Esports. Then TNT Esports joined by Old Turtles, TCW Racing, rounding up the top 9 currently. Then, when it comes to how the touring cars have fared out so far, Simtech still continues to lead that class. It's now 1 minute and 45 seconds. Don't worry, it's because there was a pit stop. Race Anywhere Simsport in third, Whiskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry, followed in the lineup by Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing, Arnie Simsport, RAFE Motorsports, and Quartermass Motorsport has picked up a spot on TWR as a result of their issues. In the Mazdas, Project Dynamic Green continues to dominate, run away, and has lapped the field almost twice over. Sequential Sim Sport is in second. USR has moved up to third, with Racing for Extra Life in fourth. RF Esports Machine, because they've blown up, are in the pit lane. They have ran out of fast repairs. Quantum Racing Team likely to take their spots soon. In fact, they have. Wild Things Racing behind RAF, ready to take that spot in a couple laps time. And then you have Triple S Racing Team Mazda. Somehow they are still running. They are up to the top 8. They passed Team Heap Together because of Team Heap Together's issues. Let's run through the field as we reach the top of the hour in less than 90 seconds. Stefan, your final thoughts before we cross over.
It's been a very interesting race, most definitely, Justin. We have seen the transition from daytime into nighttime. We have seen a very clean race in the daytime, but it most definitely has turned upside down, 180-degree turn for the MX-5s, as they have experienced a lot of issues heading their ways, mostly done by GT3 drivers who still haven't realized that you should not pass an MX-5 late on the outside, because they still aren't able to change their lines at all when they're fully committed like they have been in the daytime, but somehow they forgot about that in the nighttime. Hopefully that changes once again and we see much more cleaner races, especially because we all love our little MX-5s. Obviously also it's going to be very interesting how the race is going to develop, as we're going to see more and more people take stop and go penalties for reaching the incident limits, which are obviously much more closer now. With them going over the 100 incident limit, they're only going to have 25 until the next one.
On that note, it's almost the top of the hour. When we come back from this Race Spot Fan Immersion, Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonner will take you forward for hours 9 through 12. You're watching the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here on RaceSpotTV. Tonight's action brought to you by Motorsport UK, ButtKicker, Goodyear, and IMB Racewear.
whenever you win this.
Good evening, welcome back to the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone, where there are just under 16 hours to go. We have just been enjoying a couple of moments of onboard with the Project Dynamic Green leading Mazda, currently at the front of our slowest category of the three. Justin Prince and Stefan Slacker have moved out of the box now. My name's Ian O'Leary, Lorenzo Bonda is alongside me. We've pushed them out. And so we're here for the next 4 hours. We'll be taking you towards the halfway stage in this amazing race. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, to everybody listening in from home. We're settling into the night time here at Silverstone. Now, Lorenzo, a quite relaxing time in the night to be watching an endurance race. Not a relaxing time to be driving in one. We're seeing right now lots of multi-class traffic still out there, at least 45 cars still out there on the circuit. Plenty of traffic. It's very, very dark as well for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, and still plenty. Some action. Just some drivers trying to negotiate themselves around the track, and a little bit of a tricky moment that we saw a few incidents before we took over from the broadcast from Justin Prince and Stefan Schlacker, and it's gonna be like this. You know, this is one of the trickiest things of driving in the middle of the night. Oh my god, that would have looked closer than it did, but that didn't.
Yeah, 3 wide across down the hanger straight towards Stowe Corner for Scorex Esports here in... Oh dear, yeah, there we are.
Oh my god.
A spin for Scorex and 4X Racing Pink. I'm afraid that would have been a 4X, I can tell you that. Deary me. A clipping of the cars between the two of them up towards Stowe Corner. We've started off with drama, I'm afraid, Lorenzo. Stephen McMahon is into the pit lane again. There's going to be a little bit of damage on this BMW that was running in 6th position at the time. A little bit silly considering these two cars are, what, 9 laps apart?
Something like it.
It's a little bit silly for two cars so far apart to be getting involved in something like that. But this is the kind of stuff that happens in the night all the time. You know, losing a concentration and just not being able to see where you're going.
Yeah, and I think I said before we started the broadcast, like when I started the broadcast, I never seen this. Oh, this rejoined though. I never seen night racing around Silverstone in a 24-hour environment. Not that I've done commentary at night at Silverstone, it's just a little bit different for you to commentate at night. Normally the driving is done through the day, but doing this with so much different cars, so many different cars, kind of like going from GT3 to TCRs, the speed difference is enormous, and you go to the Mazdas, which is just a Goliath difference from when GT3 is just absurd. So it's kind of like getting that thing correct every single lap it's tricky, man. It demands some sort of attention that is for the night. It has to be doubled up, and that's why we're seeing incidents from time to time happening.
Certainly are, but not too many retirements just yet, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Now, there is actually a fight going on in the Mazdas right now with, you know, more than 6 hours gone. It's very impressive that there is a fight going on, and here it is. Adam Benjamin is defending in the BUSR iRacing 1 Mazda from Luke Francis in the Racing for Extra Life Mazda. That's the 413. You can just see in the background. I've got to say, Lorenzo, Mazda Racing is some of my favourite in all of iRacing. It's, you know, almost, it's the original iRacing car. You drive it first. Almost every iRacer drives it first in their iRacing journey. It's a wonderful car, very easy to get the hang of, but it produces fantastic racing as well. And when you've got guys with the talent levels that these guys have, then you can have great fun with it indeed. I have a feeling though that we have just seen our battle ruined slightly as BUSR Racing are into the pit lane, but and they do look like they've got a little bit of damage as well from maybe an earlier incident. But yeah, Mazda Racing, some of my favourite. And I was going to ask you about this actually as we were coming to air here. what is your opinion on the kind of Mazda's inclusion in this race here today? Because for me, it's a wonderful car, great racing, and it really captures the spirit of the Britcar series, which of course we're emulating here in this race.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot. You know, you get that elegant gentleman-esque driver thing that you can get into the entry tiers of the Britcar Championship. That you can drive with cars that are normally don't see it, or like in very entry-level cars that you don't have like a big budget. You can still drive it around the track and get some really good racing going. And having that car that usually provides some very close racing, like you said, and I like it quite a lot. Whenever you get like trains of 5 to 10 Mazdas battling for position, is insane to see around the track. Is just a sight to behold. And I haven't driven them in quite a long time, but whenever I do race in them, I just simply enjoy it, just because it is pure chaos and insanity to navigate with other drivers.
It's very entertaining indeed. And we can't forget about the touring cars that are here as well, and they actually contain the closest battle on the circuit right now between the 66 and the 221. That's for 5th position in the TCR category at the moment, as the overall race leader is currently into pit lane just as we cross over the 6-hour mark in this race. Still 15 hours and 50 to go here in this one. But in terms of that fight, it's David Brown defending from Neil Rocks at the moment for 5th place. The two of them fresh out the pit lane, pretty fresh out the pit lane. But slightly strange pit stop from Neil Rocks on that most recent one, because my numbers are telling me that he was only in for 5 seconds, which will be a very bizarre length to be pitting for. You normally see this in the final minutes of a race if they need a splash and dash maybe, but not with nearly 16 hours to go. That's a very strange length for a pit stop there, but I don't know what's happened there.
One of the GT3s touched the TCR and P8 for what it looks like, but trying to dive down basically through Vale and going to the final corner, and just had a gap that never existed in the first place and nearly spun the TCR around.
I think this is the one, making its way up towards Stowe right now and towards the pit lane as well if they need it. And it looks like they do. It's another thing about the darkness, by the way, very hard to see when a car's got damage or not. Because you can't even see what it looks like anyway. Here's the incident you were talking about, Lorenzo. GT3 just in behind. Hang around the outside through this part of Maggots and Beckett's and get the inside for the last part, but that was an awkward moment between the two, and a bit of a flash of the lights to show just how displeased that they were.
Yeah, man, that's totally on the car that made the contact, unfortunately. Just what can you do? Nothing you can do about it. Just carry on. Fortunately, not major damage for them, so they can carry on.
Looks like it, although the TCR did come into the pit lane anyway after that incident for whatever reason. But here is that fight for 5th position. The car just up in front is one of the longer ones, I'll be honest. It's David Brown. We've got Dapper Customs Pass SRT on our graphics because their actual name is too long for us. It's Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing Club. So there we are. But they're about to get overtaken, you'd imagine, side by side between themselves and the 221 of Neil Rocks right now. GT3 through the middle, just saying hello to them both. And there's going to be a change inside the top 5 here in the touring car category, surely, as Rocks is on the inside line here. And surely will not be denied. He will go through, you'd imagine. Although we could see another a re-overtake here, maybe. Not quite into the final chicane. Neil Rocks is going to be through. And I've got to say, on early viewing here, Lorenzo, contender for best livery in the field, this one, from Neil Rocks. Multicoloured and very nice livery.
Very nice livery, kind of like, I'm trying to remember, there's another thing that kind of resembles that livery a little bit. I think I would say, I'm trying to remember, it is part of, I was just doing this broadcast not long ago. I think it would be the Valorous, but anyway, Valorous Motorsport that I was doing in Ibra, but anyway, very nice livery. I gotta give major props to some of these painters that make sure the cars are like very good looking and and proper for us on the broadcast that sometimes they put the effort and deserve to get the sunshine moment, the spotlight moment.
Yeah, not going to be sunshine at this time of night, but in the spotlight, definitely in the headlights for now. But yeah, very nice indeed. The thing about touring cars, though, is it's quite hard to get away, especially at a circuit like Silverstone with some fairly long straights. Not least the old pit straight, actual pit straight, the hangar straight, Wellington straight, all of the above. It's difficult to get away with the slipstream effect that you can get around this circuit, and so Neil Rocks may struggle to get away, but for now he's doing a good job, and he's just put a few car lengths into the Dapper Customs 66 just in behind, and so should be able to manage it now. These guys both off the lead lap, by the way. Simtech Motorsport currently leading this one. Johan van der Sloot is currently at the wheel there, 41 seconds ahead of Next Gen Orange in the number 13. But by no means over there, 41 seconds between them. And a little bit less between 1 and 2 in the overall race in GT3 as well. We'll have a rundown a little bit later. I know Justin gave one not so long ago. But we have got second place into the pit lane now. That's Samsoy Kanan Esports with Scott Rister. Going to be making his way down pit lane as Century Sim Sports are still in there with Andy Gilmore right now as well. It's very much that time in the race where people are coming in at all sorts of strange times. That pattern that we got earlier on in the race is really gone now, in terms of everybody pitting at the same time. That's really gone, and it's just going to be a constant stream of 1 or 2 cars down pit lane at any one given time, and the rest of them out there on the circuit. We're really at that stage of the race where everybody's focusing on themselves rather than focusing on those around them, and that's the best way to do it really at this stage, because there is still so long to go, and getting through the night is going to be half the battle here tonight.
I would say more than half of the battle. I would say even more, given the amounts of attrition we had around the track. Would say even 60, 70%, because I don't think we're gonna get that real amount of attrition whenever we get the sunshine once again in about, give or take, 10 hours. Not even that, even maybe 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours. When you get the sunshine around the track and the sun goes over the east side of the track. But anyway, just really quickly grabbing on Sherwin, leading the TCR class, just picking on him a little bit because I drive with Sherwin quite a lot through my periods as a sim racer. Quite odd to see him in a TCR, even though it wasn't his main specialty like 5-6 years ago. Mainly driving nowadays Indy cars that I usually drive against him on iRacing.
It's interesting to see how people change their allegiances as they go through the career on iRacing. The best, or one of the best things about iRacing, I suppose, is the fact that you can change it up almost daily with what you're gonna, what category you're gonna go for today. But yeah, let's see a number of these drivers, not just doing what they always do here today, maybe with this race. Don't forget to engage with us in the YouTube chat. By the way, we'll have a bit of a discussion. It's that time of night, really, isn't it? Through the middle portion of the to kind of have a chat with the people at home. If you're a driver, of course, you can pop yourself in the waiting for an interview booth, and we'll bring you up, have a bit of a chat, see how things are out there, because after all, Lorenzo, we've seen a lot of endurance racing between the two of us. We've commentated on a lot of endurance racing between the two of us, but we're not out there on the circuit, and it's hard for us to really gauge what's going on without anybody from an actual driver's seat to come and tell us about what's going on out there on the circuit.
Yeah, that would be interesting because to get the point of view of these guys driving at night. I don't know how much. How deeply experienced some of these drivers are in terms of getting that action in the track during like I said, a track that we normally don't see lots of nighttime racing and virtual competitions, right? I think I've only commentated once or twice races in the night, but never 24 hours. but getting the perspective is always really good, you know, and puts a spotlight in the team. You can talk about how the racing went and how the event as general has been, because this has been a very pleasant event to commentate on and watch as well.
Certainly has. And it's certainly continuing on. The closest battle out there on the circuit is for 12th position overall in the GT3s, as Team Greenprint are getting closed in on by the Sim Racing Collective and Andrew Pike, who's currently at the wheel there. And here is the fight. The BMW certainly not as quick as the Mercedes, and it looks like there's going to be a change here. Mercedes rips around the outside of turn 2, down the inside at Village, and that is going to be through into 12th position for the Sim Racing Collective. I think that battle was only ever going to go one way. Oh, well, I say that. I'm watching two different cars on the different laps, aren't I? I'm watching Elite Racing Team put another lap on them. Apologies for that one. Getting a bit too excited about a not actual battle. Team Greenprint are there, and there's the 13th placed Andrew Pike. They are both BMWs, currently being split by a Mercedes. This is the problem with the nighttime, Lorenzo. Well, I'm going to blame the nighttime anyway, instead of my my reading skills.
Fair enough.
You can't really see the cars out there individually.
No, it's very hard, and if you're not paying attention, as we're seeing Thomas Ullman trying to defend from Simon Mason in the Sim Dynamics. Sorry, not in the Sim Dynamics, but Michael Fry from the Scorched Esports, as they go now through Brooklands and Luffield, is interesting, because if you're not paying attention towards the numbers or the timing screen, it's kind of complicated, because the night kind of like can throw you off quite easily, right?
Yeah, it can definitely put you off in a big way. It put me off there. Yeah, we'll be seeing that more times again. My goodness, the closing speed there between the GT3 and the Mazda was quite frightening. Frightening for me. You can imagine what it felt like for the Mazda itself and its driver. It's a big closing speed around this circuit. We're just under the 2-minute mark in terms of lap times right now for the GT3s. We're about the 2.5 minutes mark, or 2 minutes 30, I guess, is the proper way to say it, for the Mazdas right now. That's a huge gap in terms of pace. And I actually thought going into this, Lorenzo, because of the kind of feel of the Britcar series that we're having here, and because of the actual wideness of Silverstone, I thought it wouldn't be that much of a problem, the GT3 and Mazda traffic, but it does seem that there have been a couple of problems thrown up by it.
Yeah, because I think they're catching some of these Mazdas in the worst spots, right? You're catching them by the exit out of I would say the Magazine Bacchus Chapel complex. You're getting them to Cops and Stowe right when you're going through the apex or exiting the apex, so that speed difference is just going to be at average, what, 50 kilometers per hour, give or take. So it's hard for you to measure whenever that thing is coming up quickly on the relative, and you don't know what maybe the Mazda is going to do, if he's going to keep his line, if you're going to move to the left and you try to negotiate.
This is the battle for 12th that has recently come back into our consciousness. Team Greenprint are just up in front, trying to defend. Another one of these teams actually that's formed in 2022, formed earlier this year. That's the case for plenty of these teams in here, but for the most part, just groups of friends having a good time racing for 24 hours around Silverstone. Coming through Stowe Corner here. Going to be on the defensive. What we're seeing a replay of here. This is into turn 1. And now turn 2. Free wide moment and a bit of contact. The touring car, an innocent bystander. Somehow, everybody stayed pointing the right way there, I think. Somebody's headlights going all over the place. That's the touring car of Janne Willemsen's there, by the looks of it. Further down the touring car order. But yeah, somehow everybody stayed pointing the right way there, somewhat miraculously.
Yeah, and this is the second time I see an incident, I think, with them in a few spin of laps. So somehow, some way battered, but still in one piece of sorts, still in the track. That's what mattered the most.
pit stop being made just up in front of these two, actually. Prismatic Motorsports. Rachel Conkerley has gotten into the pit lane. I think May will have a lap over these two. Yes, they do. At least one. Could be two. But they're not going to lose a position as a result of this pit stop. Both of these drivers 4 laps down on the overall lead at this current stage. But it's a battle. It's a battle for 12th place. And you can't begrudge them that. It's a good fight, hopefully, as they go towards the S's. And this is the one further up the order for now 7th place. Because I believe they've both overtaken Prismatic as a result of this. So Old Totals Motorsports and Scorex Esports are both now fighting over 7th instead. Gap just less than a second as Thomas Ullman tries to close in here. Sorry, tries to hold on to this place, I should say. He's got the pressure from behind. From another one of the BMWs, a car that's been relatively popular in this field here today. It's either a BMW or a Mercedes. There's very little of anything else.
Yeah, I thought I would see more Porsches or something like that, more Ferraris around the track, but the BMW over here is kind of like a car that performs really well, so it's a good all-rounder car for you to build on your setup, quite comfortable for you to drive as well, so I wouldn't be surprised as the majority of these teams choosing this car over a car like the Mercedes that can get a little bit nimble. I'm not gonna say nimble, but twitchy under the hand of some people.
That's one advantage, I suppose, of the darkness is the fact that you don't have to look at the front end of the BMW, because it's questionable. But there you go, can't see it. Can't see it.
Thank you.
So we'll have a bit more darkness, please. Well, we certainly are over the next 4 hours during our stint, Lorenzo. But yeah, I'm afraid it's not the best looking GT3 they've put out. No doubt, I've got no doubts at all that it will be successful and continue to be successful. Oh no, we're getting zoomed in on here. The grill's being forced upon us, and we're being forced to look at it. But yeah, I mean, for all the for all the grief that I give BMW, particularly for this car, just purely because I'm salty that it's not a BMW Z4, but whatever, I'll get over it. The interaction and the kind of willingness and how tuned in BMW are with sim racing has been fantastic to see over the last few years, Lorenzo. We've had this car in iRacing for longer than it's been in real world existence, and we've soon to have another huge BMW. Not in terms of its physical size, but in terms of its presence on iRacing. We're going to have the LMDH BMW on iRacing come January, which is so exciting to see.
Yeah, we're probably going to get that car rolling for the Daytona 24. It's going to be basically a week before of the real life race, so we're actually going to see the LMDH, not just the BMW, but the Caddies and every other car in the not iRacing, but in real life that is gonna come and duel it out on the American track. So seeing LMDH with the LMPs and with the LMP2 that is gonna get a nerf in terms of power, and the GTD, which is gonna be the GTPs, is gonna be really cool to see. And just a quick mention, aside the hideous front grille of the M4, at least it is not the Class 1. Because the Class 1 just makes it all worse.
The Class 1. Yeah, I see what you mean. So it took me a couple of seconds to compute quite what that was and generate an image in my head. But I've done that now. Yeah, it's we're giving BMW a lot of grief, but we love them really for all they've done for iRacing over the last couple of years, especially being very true. And of course, they had the Z4 here right from day zero as well, I guess. I don't know when that was added to iRacing, but it must have been 15, 16.
14, if I remember correctly.
14. Goodness me. It's even longer ago than I thought. And that's getting on for 9 years ago now. So long supporters of iRacing, and we do love them. We're only partially prodding, poking fun at them. So do forgive us for that. We are being informed, Lorenzo, by the way, or why we have not seen many Porsches on the grid so far. It's because you can't select it, apparently. It's not one of the options for this race for whatever reason. So that's why we've not got many of them. But even so, it's mainly about BMW and Mercedes. Certainly in this battle that we were watching for 7th position, it's all about BMW. Although Thomas Ullman looks like he's gotten away from Michael Herman-Frey for ScoreX Esports. And in this fight as well, also it's all BMW. But the Sim Racing Collective have now got through. It wasn't the pass that I commentated on earlier, and that was a lapsed pass. But Andrew Pike has got through. There he is for the Sim Racing Collective. Those BMWs have changed position, which is good to see for them. But we're very much winding down towards the end of 2022 right now, Lorenzo. It's the time of year that we look forward towards 2023. There's not that much racing going on in real life, to be honest, and there's a little bit less in sim racing. But the good thing about sim racing is that we don't actually have to deal with the real life temperatures in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment. You don't have to stand outside at Silverstone at the moment and cope with these temperatures, which is a fantastic thing, because it is late November, and if we were doing this race in real life, we'd be freezing, truth be told.
Yeah, I was going to ask how cold it is over there. I'm not gonna even ask. I would ask Iku Medicalo, which is our producer. He lives in Finland, so the answer is gonna be cold, obviously. But how cold it is right now in the mighty England?
Well, I'm a significant 3 or 4, 5 maybe hours north of Silverstone, which maybe does skew things a little bit. But it's a fairly comfortable 11 degrees here.
Okay, I thought it would be colder.
Yeah, we're having we're having some quite mild days and then some quite horrific ones. So it's pretty inconsistent. But yeah, it's more. I don't think you can read too much into the temperature in the UK at this time of year. I think it's the wind that really does do for you. Obviously, it's not a big factor in iRacing really, because wind doesn't blow cars about easily unless it's really strong. But the temperature, much more of a factor. What's happened to Richard Gordon here for Quantum Racing Team? A number of cars trying to get down his inside at Maggots and Beckett's. Arguably too many cars trying to get down his inside there.
And he took the easy and most appropriate route out of Maggots and Beckett, so that's good to see. But 3 wide, oh my god.
That was uncomfortable. But everybody's made their way through. Now, Elliot Hellier at the wheel of the Samsung Canard Esports team.
About to be lapped.
They are about to be lapped. That's one thing to mention. The other thing to mention is that not so long ago, they did nearly have an incident, I'm hearing, but they didn't. So it's that's all fine. But there it is. It's closer than I thought, actually. The BMW of Oliver Furnell just in behind Elliot Hellier right now. ERT are about to lap the entire field. And over the course of this race, in the real story of this race, Lorenzo, it doesn't actually mean a lot lapping your second place car. But symbolically, it's a huge statement to put out to the rest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like the big ego boost you can have. As inside on Stowe, looks like it's going to be a clean, crisp move coming into Vale and club corners.
Oh yeah, let's Oliver Furnell through. So now BRT lap the field. And with just under 15.5 hours to go in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, BRT in their BMW, Oliver Furnell is on a lap of his own. However, he is having 1 or 2 connection problems throughout this stint, we're hearing. We heard it earlier on, just having 1 or 2 problems. It's looks like it's stabilising, especially from what we saw earlier on. But yeah, they're still having 1 or 2 problems, and that's going to be nerve-wracking for them. One of the key things in endurance racing, as silly as it sounds, is just keeping your internet working for a full 24 hours is a challenge of its own for some.
Yeah, we call it the technological version of a mechanical failure.
Yeah. We don't need iRacing to create mechanical failures, random mechanical failures for us in the sim. because we have our own in the form of the hardware that we use. I don't know if you actually have a story of hardware breaking, by the way, for a midpoint in a race, Lorenzo, because it is very much the time of day where those anecdotes are useful, with the darkness very much upon us. I know I certainly do. Fortunately, it wasn't an online race, but whether you're online, whether you're on your own, whether you're practicing, I bet everyone has a story of hardware breaking while they're driving, whether that be on your wheel or whatever it is on.
Yeah, absolutely. I had one actually happening kind of recently, air quotes, during, it wasn't an online race, but it was an online rally league that I was doing a stream on, and I was doing a really good result on stage 1, but my internet decided to freeze, my webcam decided to freeze, and everything decided to freeze at the same time, so I got a DNF.
That ended well. Was that the RaceSpot rally, by the way, we recently had?
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah. I also participated in that, and I don't think I finished many rallies. I don't know how many there were in the course of that series. Maybe 24. Was it 6 rounds of rally and then 4 rounds? Sorry, 6 stages of rally and then 4 rounds.
Yeah, we did 5 rounds of 6 stages each.
That's a 30. You could probably count on one hand the amount of stages I finished. If I'm totally honest with you, I had an absolute shocker. Rallying is not for me, or at least Richard Burns' rally isn't for me. Though I say that about every rally game, to be fair. It's not a strong point of mine. No, I have had a hardware failure myself throughout when I used to drive in sim racing. It was not a particularly common occurrence anymore. But back when I was doing a bit of race practice for an online race, and my throttle pedal jammed on, so that was good at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, Montreal. So that went well. But thankfully, it wasn't an online race. I didn't kill anybody else. But never nice to have one of those moments for you.
I used to remember that my pedal, my G27 pedal, the brake pedal, used to get like the traditional oscillation thing on the brake, so the car would brake sometimes and it would go over the dead zone. Even with adjusting the dead zone, it still would go on, and it happened to me, I think, on a sim racing World Cup that we did nearly 4 years ago, and I was like, I got so mad that I actually bought myself a hydraulic pedal right after that. That was kind of like good timing, because I was so annoyed, because I really tried out for that, and you had those mechanical failures.
Yeah.
Which car is in the grass, by the way?
Yeah, somebody's in the grass there. That's one of the Ferraris, it looked like. It looked like Ferrari headlights, but we didn't exactly catch a great glimpse of it, because there is a fight for 5th place going on here with Danamo for TNT Esports trying to get through on Century Sim Esports here. Outside line for Amor. He's not going to be able to do it there at Stowe Corner. It's another all BMW battle. Century car going to hang it to the middle of the road as they pass a touring car. And they're going to stay single file into the final chicane. Here's a replay of what happened to... Oh, it doesn't look like it was a Ferrari. It looks like Team Greenprint. Quite possibly. It was Team Greenprint getting into someone. Oh, getting crashed into. And that's a pretty big accident, actually. So it may... Well, yeah, this is the kind of thing that could only happen in the night. It was Aztecs Racing. 12 laps down. They're going to be more laps down. Just a bit of lack of awareness from them, really, and just drove into each other there.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I really don't understand what happened over there appropriately between those cars, so you get that lack of communication.
It definitely was. Now, 5th place at the moment, Century Sim Esports. Andy Gilmore currently at the wheel of that car. This team, though, rather interestingly, is based out of the Century Sim Racing Centre in Warrington, which is a specialist sim racing centre with containing 8 rigs, and it's down the road from me. I didn't know about this, but it's very close to me. So there we are. They're all racing out of there at the moment. The 4 drivers, Andy Gilmore currently at the wheel. The load of them have plenty of experience in things like the World GT Championship, where Gilmore finished 7th in the AM class last season. Something that you can catch on RaceSpotTV, by the way, on Monday night. So well worth tuning in for, well worth subscribing to RaceSpotTV for that kind of action here on a Monday night. But Gilmore at the moment trying to hang on to this 5th position. Lorenzo, these kind of specialist sim rig centres are becoming quite a lot more common in sim racing these days, with everybody going into the same place, going into a centre and running the race out of one place. And it seems to be serving these guys well at the moment. Top 5 placing for now.
Yeah, which is very nice to see, and we also see Century in some other leagues as well around, not just in the WGTC, but also some other leagues as well in terms of endurance racing as well. So it's good to see that branching out a little bit, getting some good track moments, and Andy Gilmore getting that performance. But you kind of said, like, I know you have these rig companies, you know, sim racing cafes, you want to say, as probably going to get the move done. I'll get back to you and I'll wrap up my thoughts later.
Yeah, we'll get back to that discussion because there's a wider discussion to be had there. Gilmore going to be on the defensive here from TNT Esports by the looks of it. Down the inside, they're going to send it here into Brooklands. Nice racing, nice respect given between them. And once again, is Gilmore going to return the favour? He certainly is on the inside line here. Still side by side between them. Great respect shown. Outside line for TNT Esports, though, around Woodcote over the old start-finish line. And they're going to want to wrap this one up before Cops, because you don't really want to be on the outside here, as we all know. And he is just about going to do that. He took the car off the white line by about half a car width or so. Made sure that his intentions were clear, and TNT Esports are up to 5th position. But it's exactly what you want to see. Really respectful racing, but through a really raceable part of this circuit.
Yeah, really nice respect from both drivers, you know, not pushing the boundaries. I thought there would be some moments of contact, especially through Brooklands and Bluefield. But fortunately for them, just keeping, still giving room to one another on the exits and around the corners, but the grip out of the number 46 car just slightly superior than Andy Gilmore's Century Sim Racing car.
Nice pass from TNT Esports, and given the way the gap was coming down before the pass, you'd expect this gap to extend out more. But let's just go back to our little discussion about these kind of specialist sim rig centres, Lorenzo, that have kind of cropped up quite a lot over recent years, sort of post-COVID. And since everybody can meet up again, people are starting to meet up and stay met up at these kind of centres. Some team houses even starting to come to the fore as well, or more of them anyway. I know they've been a thing for a while. Thinking of the likes of Apex Racing Team in the professional sim scene, who've got one now. I believe Unicorns of Love might even have a place where they all, a sort of centre where they all go to now and again in Germany.
I remember.
But yeah, it's becoming a much more common thing now.
Yeah, I know Redline's. Excuse me. I know Redline has their office. Coenda has the Porsche warehouse they built up in conjunction with Porsche. You have you said the Apex one. I know the Altas had their gaming house until a few months ago, and the project was kind of like disbanded. It is only now just Simon Feigel's house. So, but these sim racing centers and sim racing cafes that are starting to build up. I know there's one in Canada for I think the Apex V2R, and if I remember correctly, I know there are a few more in England. I know one of our producers, Michael Yao, is one of the maintainers. So I know there's one in Japan. So it's starting to grow a little bit more, this passion for racing and sim racing, and the combination between both of them, making this world closer to one another and bringing more people interested in whether they're doing racing, iRacing, or some other simulators. As long as they're enjoying it, it's good enough for us.
Yeah, there they do indeed race on a couple of different simulators down there at Century, but yeah, it is becoming more common. Great to see. Unfortunately, I've not been to any of them yet, to be honest. I've not been to any of
Same.
these centres with loads of rigs in the same place. No, it's not been a thing that I've really done. I guess my interest in actually doing it has coincided with COVID pretty well, which doesn't help. But now things are pretty normal again. So it'll be only a matter of time before I can get down to one. But I guess it's the social aspect as well. Not sometimes, or the kind of stereotype with sim racers is that they just spend, weekends sat in their room on their own, racing around on the computer, and are not really speaking to anybody else. But people do enjoy that social aspect when they're with their friends. That sometimes you can have a very long friendship over many years and never actually seen each other in real life before, which is somewhat bizarre. But it's very real for quite a lot of people who are very heavily involved in sim racing.
Yeah, which is the thing about it. We used to have these meetings before COVID happened and the pandemic happened specifically, and also more in detail. For example, the Sim Racing Expo is about to happen next week. Was a major event that a lot of the guys used to gather up, have some parties and things like that, but it kind of broke down because of the COVID pandemic. And only now it's starting to get its traction. It's going to happen next week. But glad to see these places more and more. I know Iku told us, just said there's a pizzeria and a bowling alley in Finland that has sim rigs. So look, even the wildest places, I wouldn't think there would be sim rigs that actually has sim rigs. I don't know if there's in Portugal though. I would be accepting invitations nevertheless if that has one.
If anybody knows any in Portugal, then feel free send them over.
Contact me.
Yeah.
And call you.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I know there's plenty in the UK. But just getting round to one is a whole separate subject, really. One for another day. Really, get battle for 12th position going on right now. That's what we've been watching on our screens. That is Sim Racing Collective, I think, involved here again. Catching another car now, DCW Racing, with Mark Collicutt at the wheel there. And Sim Racing Collective now has Jake Southfield at the wheel there. Not long out of the pit lane for him in the 99, so you can be sure some fresh tyres there. It's actually for 13th, not 12th, sorry. 13th position. Southfield will have fresh tyres on. He will be heavy with fuel, but the fresh tyres should be enough to power on past the Ferrari, you would imagine. You would hope, for his sake. But we'll just have to wait and see if he can manage it just for the moment. Kind of a frustrating distance to be at here for Jack Southfield. I feel like because quite a lot of the lap cars that these guys are actually negotiating are at Mazdas, sometimes you don't really have to negotiate the Mazdas at all. You just get them easily on a straight and they don't really slow down the person you're trying to catch at all, and it can be very, very frustrating to try and close a margin like that.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane to think about it. Like, again, that speed difference and catching them in the wrong corners. It's kind of like I'm trying to remember the animal. It's not a slime, but it can be all right. It's kind of like a leopard trying to catch up to a sloth.
Yes.
It's not the analogy, but you understand the idea behind it, right?
Yeah, I certainly see what you mean. I see where you're going with that. With that one. That was the race leader, by the way, just getting through on the both of them as Brandon Gwillett gets himself underway again after that incident he had towards Maggotts and Beckett's a few laps ago. And that bit of miscommunication that there was between himself and one of the BMWs. Back going again now in the number 19, but 14 laps down. This is a replay of the Ferrari making its way over the start-finish line and towards turn 1 again. Another one of the Mazdas. Oh, and this is the problem with the Mazdas as well, I suppose. They're just running their own race, of course. We can't blame them, but as a GT3, it's very difficult to judge the speed difference because it is so big. And sometimes you end up having to slow down around the middle of a corner, which never ends well, as we've just seen demonstrated.
Yeah, and he caught right on the apex at turn number 1, where for the GT3 car, it's kind of like a tap on the brakes, lift off the gas, and you're reaccelerating right out of the corner. And you're catching a car that is doing what, 150, 160, and the other one is doing 200 kilometers around the same corner. So it's hard to judge. I don't blame the Ferrari, the Mazdas for keeping its line, but the Ferrari, I don't blame him for speeding in there to try to avoid the contact.
Well, Andy Gilmore here is recently overtaken by TNT Esports, of course, and now he's going to be under pressure for 6th position from Thomas Ullmann here. Oh, very nearly. It wasn't all of a sudden, as Ullmann nearly got hit there by another one of the Mercedes. That was very close. Down the inside from Alex Jenkins on the Mazda there, and he very nearly clattered into the back of that BMW down into the final chicane. That could have got very nasty very quickly for everybody there. Ullmann was able to continue on, and they'll have to negotiate another bit of lap traffic in the GT3s now. You can tell that we're deep into an endurance race now by the amount of cars that are being overtaken or being lapped that are in the same category here. There's drivers on all sorts of different laps here at this stage in the race. Because, yeah, we're more than, well, nearly 9 hours in now. The field getting very spread out indeed. Even just inside the top 10 here. 3 laps down for George Mackay there in this battle for 10th position.
But what matters is kind of like for some of these guys, I think Stefan, before we took over, said, you're driving for fun, but let's go back to Andy because he's on immense pressure right now going to Cops.
He absolutely is. Just behind him, he's got Old Turtles Motorsport, who are trying their very best to get through right now, but it's not quite happening for them. Through the S's they go, another bit of lap traffic. This time, again, it's from the same category, and there's also a touring car and a Mazda. This is very busy. Oh, contact, big contact. One of the Mazdas gets spun around straight into the face of Andy Gilmore, who clatters into Team Heap Together, who I'm afraid may have to heap some of their car parts together again in the pit lane very soon, because that was a big hit for that Mazda.
Yeah, I think there might be some damage on the back end of the Mazda, but yikes.
Big yikes, I'm afraid. Scorex Esports, actually, Marco Herman Fry gets back in front of Thomas Ullmann again. Ullmann worked so hard to get to that 6th position, now it's gone away all over again. It just shows you that despite the gaps we have out front, anything can happen in these races. This is the incident with Yanniman Prus, who goes very wide through that corner at the end of Max Beckis there. And he's not, well, obviously normally we don't like to pin the blame on the slowest category there, but Prus there, you always want to stay predictable as a slower driver, as a driver in a slower category, sorry. And on that occasion, it wasn't too predictable, really, where he was going.
No, absolutely not. He was just trying to give leeway, maybe in the middle, going to the outside line on the exit and give space to the cars. But just that's the one thing you want to do. You already drifted quite wide into the corner of Chapel and going through Chapel. Going through the exit of back is now going through Chapel wide and then going to a very wide parabolic angle and catch everybody off guard. That's a little bit odd. You shouldn't do that. And the contact happened, and I don't pin any blame in the GT3 cars whatsoever.
Not on this occasion, but sometimes they do deserve it. I think it's safe to say. I think that's why we always say to the slower categories, you know, stay on your line, let the faster cars overtake you, and obviously it's understandable in the Mazda where they've been hit so many times by faster cars that, you know, maybe they don't, the level of trust is lost there a little bit, but even so, you do have to let them do their thing. David Brown is very much back onto the back of the 221 here. We saw Neil Rocks get through earlier on in our commentary stint, but David Brown has clearly played the long game here. He's closed back in, and now there's a fight once again between these two for 5th position. They're more than 20 laps into their stint at this point. They've probably got some way to go here in their stints as well, but it does look like David Brown has paced himself really. So he got overtaken earlier on, but now his tyres are starting to enjoy the fact that he went easy on them earlier.
Yeah, and that's a really good battle, and I just like the supportive message coming out of the TCR in front towards David. Don't panic. So let's see if David is actually going to take that message to heart and make that overtake and get that thing deal done and dusted for once and for all.
Oh, that was a dive from the Mercedes at the very final corner at Club. And a number of other GT3s making their way down. It is absolutely constant as a slower driver. There's still 25 GT3s out there. I believe we are now down to 25 actually after another retirement. We'll go through the retirements a little bit later on, but we're not seeing the mirrors of David Brown at the moment, and it might be a good thing that we're not, but you can imagine that his eyes are everywhere at the moment, just trying to look for the next lap GT3 that's going to come and overtake them. It really is about looking backwards almost as much as forwards.
Yeah, it's kind of like go look through your side mirrors. You know, get the button, look through your side mirrors every single lap, and or look at the relative every corner that you do. Especially if you imagine if you're on a single screen like I am, because I am a single screen driver. So having to look towards your relative, then looking towards the track, relative track every single time. It's a little bit of a challenge, man. It's not easy, especially if you are in like these tense moments with constant traffic over your shoulders.
Thankfully that has just calmed down a bit now. Things have settled down. We go back to that fight for 6th position in the GT3s with Michael Ehrmann-Frey. Currently leading this one for Scoix Esports. Oh dear. Not very close between the two on that occasion. But no pass made. Swiss driver stays in front in 6th position for the moment. Thomas Ullmann still applying the pressure behind. Are they making any inroads to TNT? Well, no, not at all. 13 seconds to Danamore now in the top 5. That position continues to get further away from them. Andy Gilmore going to struggle to close in on them, though. It really is between these two. And it's probably a good thing. Michael Ehrmann now is going to start having to defend a little bit more fiercely than he has done in the past, because Ullmann really does want to get through.
Yeah, I wonder how aggressive Ullmann is going to be to try to get through, though.
Yeah, that is true. Down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Both of these 2 laps down. Of course, I don't think they're too far from being 3 laps down, actually. I don't think they are. By the way, 2nd place, Elliot Hellier right now. Samsung Canaan Esports have 1 lap over 3rd as well right now. So it is spread out on the podium. With just 9 hours gone, nearly 9 hours gone here in this race this evening. Jack Southfield trying to make his way through on the 115 Ferrari. That's Mark Collicott just up in front in this battle for 3rd team. So despite the fact we are nearly 9 hours in here, it is good to see that plenty of battles still raging out there on the circuit.
Yeah, that's a really good thing. As Colcott, I think, went on the inside and probably done the overtake. We would have to take a look at that in a little bit. But Ullmann now going through another lap, open up turn number 1 and going to turn number 3 and then 4, but nothing happening so far in there. I think what might actually happen is they're going to get that traffic, and then Ullmann is going to set up the traffic towards this fashion if he gets a car that is actually slower than them.
Looks like that GT3 just minding out of everybody's way there. Doesn't want any piece of that, and you can hardly blame them, considering what we have seen sometimes so far in this race. This is Brandon Gillett again at the wheel of the Aztec Racing Ferrari. Down in 24th, 14 laps down for another very delightfully multicoloured Ferrari. Going to see a replay of what he's been up to, I think, here. This is up into Copse Corner. Sorry, this is turn 1. We saw him having to spin earlier because of slower traffic. Now, that can't be blamed on slower traffic. That's just getting things wrong through turn 1. And I guess that is the benefit of having tarmac around the outside of a lot of this circuit these days, unfortunately, is that you can recover from these issues almost as if there was never an issue in the first place. I was talking about that a little bit earlier on with another RaceSpotTV commentator, Lewis McGlade. We were talking about Circuit of the Americas, though, and the amount of tarmac runoff at the exit of there. It's not quite as bad here as it is there, but there's still quite a lot of tarmac for these guys to save themselves with.
Yeah, and this is kind of funny. I was actually talking to Connor Ematic when we were doing the Ivra I was doing the Ivra Endurance Series, the first half of the race with them. Is that it's such a wide track. It is one of the widest of the Ivra season when I would done commentary for them. And you have so many runoffs. Kind of like resembles, you know what? Kind of resembles Paul Ricard of sorts. You still have, of course, the sandbanks. You have the grass and everything around some of the spots, because it was a very well distributed track, and despite being a Tilcadrome. But despite having that tarmac, it's annoying, but you understand why it's there, you know.
I don't hate the way that Silverstone does it, because what the ideal thing for me is that track limits should be enforced by the grass, but then you can, you know, have as much tarmac as you like on the outside of these corners. I mean, but for example, Copse Corner, track limits always a big discussion point. Yep. But track limits, funnily enough, where there's grass here, Maggots and Beckett's, similarly high-speed committed corners, funnily enough, track limits aren't a problem here, because guess what? They've grown some grass, so I do wonder if that can't be used in more places around, not just at Silverstone, of course, but at other circuits around the world, because then you don't have to, you know, install fancy cameras, spend loads of money on employing people to basically look at cars and making sure they don't go over the white lines.
As long as nobody pulls like a Guanyu Joe into turn number 1 in Formula 1, that's what we really want to see.
Would grass have, if there was grass lining turn 1 there, would that have done that to his car? Maybe. I don't know if it has the same effect as gravel does.
That's the problem for me was not even that. I think that it was the fact that you have those turtle curbs.
Yes. And
for me, that is something like, I understand the point, right? I understand the point of the turtle curbs. You really want to avoid the drivers to cutting the corners and trying to abuse some of the tracks where you actually can kind of abuse corners, like, for example, the variantes, the two chicanes in Monza. You can kind of abuse them if you don't have those turtle curbs, so it kind of makes sense. But in a track like this, for F1, for me, it's an overkill. It's even dangerous. It's like, it's pointless. Why you want to put up a track where you're gonna get those high things where the F1, they pretty much know the limits of the track? For me, it's stupid. You know, it's really stupid.
Yeah, they're very dangerous as well, those big sausage curbs. And so it'd be good to get rid of them, and a way of doing that would be grass, to be honest. Because people aren't going to want to run in the grass, obviously. And yeah, there's a reason why you don't see people really bouncing across the Maggots and Beckett chicane there, which is not really a talking point, which is certainly a good thing. Still plenty of fights to be watching out here at the moment, just under 15 hours to go. Plenty of traffic out here towards Brooklands and Luffield. Also stuff going on further down the order here for now. Closest battles out there on the circuit. One for 5th place, or there was, before Michael Frey came into pit lane, which he's done now. And also for 13th place. That was the battle you just saw and caught a glimpse of going through Brooklands and Luffield on that most recent lap there. But the touring car and Mazda fields are getting spread out at this stage as we look at Zhong Lang.
Oh,
Contact with one of the Mazdas, and that is one you can pin on a GT3. I would imagine there. The Mazda completely innocent.
yeah. I don't. It's kind of like I pin blame on the GT3, but I think there wasn't a little bit of a pinch in from the Mazda as well, because you catch right at the exit of the corner, you pinch in the GT3 a little bit. You don't give him a lot of room on the outside to try to go over the AstroTurf, and even then you still have that AstroTurf to abuse a little bit. It can become a little bit complicated for you to try to navigate. So the contact could have been made not at that point, but maybe post exit. So it could have been a T-bone movement instead of a side swipe.
Yeah, this is, I guess, what the Mazdas have been complaining about for a portion of today. Now, this is an awkward moment. Battle for 13th is on here, but they're trying to unlap themselves from a faster Mercedes right now. The 3rd place running Mercedes. It's opened the door for Jack Southfield to get down the inside for the Sim Racing Collective here. They're not going to grab the slipstream of that car a few laps ahead of them right now. Southfield going to have to push the air through on his own, side by side between the BMW and Ferrari through Brooklands. And then Luffield again as well. There's a Mazda involved that's going to block the Ferrari. Southfield's going to make sure that he's blocked by the Mazda. And he's going to go through. That was very close, but very good use of the traffic from the 99.
Oh yeah, and the Ferrari, I think the CWR, the CW kind of like threading the needle. This DCW Racing Egg kind of like threading the needle around the corner. That could have been deadly for not just for one car, but many cars.
Oh. And back through again. The Ferrari goes back through once again. Mark Culliker in the DCW Racing Egg car. He's back through into 13th position. Very impressive indeed to see him back in front there. Somewhat a surprise as well, but there we are. I did think that Southfield was going to have enough there to not only overtake but stay in front as well, given the way he just looked a lot quicker when he was behind. But as soon as he got in front, Cullicutt was back at him again, and looks like this fight for 13th place may well rumble on for quite a few laps to come. Turn 1, and they're going to have more traffic here. Another Mazda. Cullicutt going to have to... Oh, dear me. Through the inside of turn 2. That was so close. But this is what I mean about the kind of narrowness of the Mazda, I suppose. The smallness of the Mazda and the wideness of Silverstone. That's the kind of thing that gave me a reason to think that lap traffic with the Mazdas particularly wouldn't actually be that much of a problem today. But I have been proved wrong.
Massively.
Wouldn't be the first time. You get used to it.
Yeah.
We're going to see a little bit more of that lap traffic right now with the touring cars as well. It's actually interesting to hear from some of the drivers throughout the 24H Series Esports Championship that we also broadcast here on RaceSpotTV, saying that the gap between the GT3s and the touring cars in that race, the speed difference is too much. It's almost dangerous. And I just think that we've got an even bigger one here that the drivers are having to deal with. It's quite remarkable, really. But it can work. GT3s and Mazdas in multi-class racing can work as long as both classes are respectful of each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the trick thing is you're coming to a race at night and where the level of the car, not gonna say the level of the cars, but the speed difference of the car is so huge that you go into the corner. Oh, a little bit of a slam dunk block from Klaus Christensen in the Elite Racing team, even though it is not for position. It is just a scary moment, but nevertheless, got away unscathed. One quick thing that I thought it was funny. Those stripe lights on the side of the car. I know there's the blue one for the Mercedes of the Elite Racing team. I'm not gonna lie. This was looking at a certain perspective, a certain angle. I thought that was actually the rear windshield, not the the windshield sticking off the car.
It's kind of, I mean, can you change the colour of that in iRacing now?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I asked that quite a lot, but I keep forgetting which sims allow you to do that and which don't. This is the problem when you try and keep abreast of too many sims at once. They all become a mashup of one big mess in your head. But yeah, already, it's it's really cool though. I've got to say, there's the double. Well, I don't even know what you'd call it. What's that called? A double light strip, I suppose.
Yeah.
Sort of on the A pillar.
Okay. Yes, I think it's a side light strip.
Yeah, there's another double from Simon Mason, the Sim Dynamics Esport. There's another DCW Racing double here. Different colours as well. Different colours that match with the livery. Top marks to DCW Racing Chicken. I'm not sure how they distinguish between their cars, by the way. They seem to have just gone for their favourite foods. This is a singular light strip for Fury Simsport, and it's bright blue as well, which doesn't fit into their green, but we'll forgive them that. Yeah, we need more light strips like that, and we need the option for extra endurance lights as well in the middle. I think that'd be a cool addition to see. I don't know. Maybe I'm just living in fantasy land a little bit, but hey. We can do it. It's a cool addition though. The attention to detail to add those light strips is very cool.
It's kind of like, I know for headlights, the Lamborghini has the endurance patch, not the endurance patch, but the endurance pack, and the sprint pack for iRacing. So you get the lighting on the middle of the Lamborghini if you select the endurance one. You also have the side light strips for it, so you can actually kind of customize the car a little bit how it goes. But I know, like Sims, for example, I think it's at the Corsa Competizione have those not just for the side but also the back or something like that. You can kind of mix it up and do some pretty funny stuff around it.
I did just see that Ferrari as well for DCW Racing has got the light strips on, as we're continuing that discussion. Or I am. As the leader just makes their way out of the pit lane again. Josh Benson is now at the wheel for BRT. So there they are. BMW makes its way out of pit lane towards turn 3, and they're holding a pretty comfortable lead, 52 seconds, with still a long way to go though. They definitely cannot count their chickens there by any means. They've got a nice position, they're in a nice position, but it can all go wrong oh so very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're having a really good race so far, but I'm gonna try to avoid complimenting them too much, as I am the emperor of causing bad stuff around the track, so I'll just keep it composed and say good race so far.
Yeah, golf clap for them for the minute, and then that can't be a
clap.
Be a curse. Yeah, just a light clap. Sequential Simsport from second in the MX-5 Cup category also make their way in, by the way. That's the number 90. Project Dynamic Green still holding more than a lap's lead there. Elliot Hoffman at the wheel for now. There's now got 2 laps of a lead actually after that pit stop, but either way, it's a nice lead there. There's Elliot Hellier, who is the driver, 52 seconds off the leader for BRT. And I do feel like for a driver like Elliot Hellier, Samsung Kanani Sports, this whole team, it's very hard to stay mentally focused on this one for the moment, because when the pit stops all shake themselves out, they're a lap behind the leaders, and they're a lap ahead of Elite Racing Team as well, or whoever is in third place at the time. They've got big gaps in front and behind them, and I always find that mentally, especially when you're not winning the race, or I used to find this certainly, driving on your own in the lead of the race is a lot easier, in my opinion, than driving on your own in second place or any other position. It's very hard to stay absolutely mentally focused when there's anything other than a race win waiting for you at the end, because basically the lap is difficult to get back for the number 7. So they're hoping for issues.
Yeah, but at the same time, isn't a little bit of two-edged sword if you get like this big gap, because at the same time you think, oh, we're a lap ahead and nothing's gonna happen, probably they're gonna crash, we're just at best we're gonna keep P2, let's just say for Samsung, Canon, esports, and your attention span kind of like diminishes a little bit, and you kind of can create a tunnel vision. Because for me that kind of happens sometimes, because you are such in a comfortable position that you don't see your way going in or going down, that that comfortable margins can create some big issues for your driving as you move forward.
Absolutely. So there he is. Another. I've got to say, I've got nothing but compliments for all the liveries I've seen so far. Absolutely fantastic. Especially considering they're not really connected to the big sim racing teams of this space these days. Still great efforts been made, and yeah, fantastic to look at here this evening as we do get in towards the evening, approaching 9:30 UK time at the moment, and I presume we're at a similar time in sim at the moment. I did notice as I was dipping in and out earlier on in the race that it was sort of getting dark, similar time to it was outside. So I'm guessing we're at a similar time with that one for the moment. Let's just, I meant to do an hourly update actually, a bit of a rundown with 15 hours to go. I'm late, but we are going to get one done, shall we? While the action has just settled down for the last few moments. There is a fight or two, but we'll get to that as we go down the rundown. We'll start with the GT3s, of course, where Josh Benson has just gotten into the BRT leading BMW. They're leading by 51 seconds as we speak. Elliot Hellier second. You're currently watching him in the Samsung Canon esports car. Then it's Elite Racing Team, Klaus Christiansen, who has 12 seconds over 89 Motorsport. They're not in the 89, they're in the 489 for whatever reason. Old Toto's Motorsport are in 5th now. Thomas Ullman there, and then it's the battle for 6th place between TNT Esports and Scorex Esports. Dana Moore versus Michael Ehrman Fry. That's for 6th place between them. Andy Gilmore is in the Century Sim Esports 51. He's 8th ahead of Prismatic Motorsports. And DCW Racing, your top 10 in GT3, as Elliot Hellier comes into the pit lane from 2nd place, but should remain there throughout this pit stop. In the touring car category, we've got Simtech Motorsport with Sherwin van der Sloot currently leading by just under 40 seconds. They're not out of the woods at all yet. Next in Orange are going to push them all the way. Lee Horn is at the wheel there now. The gap between them, as I mentioned, just under 40 seconds. Not far away from a pit stop there for Next in Orange for Lee Horn. So expect to see that change pretty soon. Race Anywhere Simsport are also just about on the lead lap there. RD Simsport are 4th ahead of Wiskins Racing, Intoxicated by Telemetry. That's snappy. Neil Rocks is in 5th position for them. And then we've got the Dapper Customs car for David Brown. He's 6th place ahead of RFE Motorsports for Adam Barron. Then we have Quatermass Motorsport for Max Spooner and Leadpool Racing for Nick Horvath. Round out the 9 still running. Unfortunately, TWR are retirements from this race. And finally, the Mazda MX-5 Cup category. The Project Dynamic Green car leading there. Ahead of Sequential Simsport. 2 laps at the moment, but they're in the pit lane. So that pit stop is going to mean it's going to go down to a 1-lap lead. Racing for Extra Life is going to be 3rd ahead of BUSR iRacing. 4th, Quantum Racing Team running up the top 5 with Wild Things Racing 6th. Then it will be Triple S Racing with Ethan Kelly at the wheel, RAF Motorsports MX-5 at the 8th position, and Team Heap together rounding out your MX-5 field. Interestingly, all the MX-5s are still running in this race. The same can't be said for the other 2 categories, I'm afraid. GTWR Esports and YRDA Esports both out of the race earlier on in this one, and TWR for the touring cars also out of this race. Confirmed retirements. Century Sim Racing may well be retirements as well from the GT3 category, but we're waiting to see whether that is confirmation or not from them in that car. So we're nearly 9 hours 20 down in this one. Lorenzo, a bit of an incident here on a replay as we were doing that little bit of a rundown. That all got very awkward, and Dana Moore for TMT Esports, lost out on a few positions.
Yeah, just that slight confusion between the traffic and nothing you can do over there. It's part of the night, and you get the difference in speeds and context between each driver. So not surprised that kind of thing happened. And then with that being said, the spot loss, I don't know if it's going to be able to make it back, but still a lot of race left, more than 12 hours, 14 hours and 40 minutes to go. So lots of things can happen in this race. Don't count people out just yet.
Can't count your chickens, or whatever the suitable phrase is. You've got to stay very alert till the very end of this race. Me and Lorenzo are just going to step away for a couple of moments here on commentary. We're going to leave you with some RaceSpotTV fan immersion right now. We're on board with the Dapper Customs TCR of David Brown right now, the number 66 in 6th position. 1.7 seconds behind Wiskins Racing, just up in front of them. So this will be very interesting on board to see if David Brown can catch the car in front for 5th place in TCR. We'll take a couple of moments break. This is RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. Still just over 14 and a half hours to go here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone in 2022. Welcome back to the broadcast here on RaceSpotTV. My name is Ian O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonda is alongside me once again. Been an interesting race so far with Josh Benson still leading. Elliot Hollier's most recent pit stop has allowed him to get to at least within a lap of the race leader once again. But then, well, we'll see if they make some inroads over the next hour or so. There is Hellier. A very fast driver. I know from personal, well, not from personal experience. I've not raced against him, but seen him racing plenty of times. That's for sure. We were on board there, by the way, with the Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing Club car of David Brown, trying to chase down Wiskins Racing in the 5th position. Gap between them just under a second for now, but unfortunately the fan immersion couldn't quite create a battle for us in that, not between those two anyway. We were hoping it might, but it didn't quite on that occasion. Dapper Customs, a team that has migrated to iRacing pretty recently and are getting on with this race rather well for now. Lorenzo, we're settling into the midpoint of this endurance race. It's deep into the, well, I say deep into the darkness. It's 9:30 in the evening. We're not that late on into the evening, and it already feels like it's been a very, very long stint in the night for some. And is Adam Barron in the RAFE Motorsports TCR getting hit by one of the GT3s.
Scorch. Oh, it did look like it was scorched earth for that dive to come out of Newcastle or something like that and get affected on the TCR, but unfortunately for them, managed to survive the ordeal. I wonder just how much damage the TCR has gone at the end of things.
I don't know if it'll have too much damage, but certainly a trip through the gravel and the grass never helps. Would you say that, because it's one of those incidents that's sort of 50-50 where, you know, would you pin it on the GT3 as being too aggressive there on the inside line, or would you say that the touring car there has to look in its mirrors a little bit more and, you know, keep aware of those behind it?
GT3. You can definitely say it's going to be on the GT3 because you're coming up on the corner. You already kind of know what the TCR is kind of going to do. Because you don't have that overlap, you launch yourself into to create that overlap on the TCR, and unfortunately for you, it doesn't work. You make the contact, and if you make the contact, being the faster car, trying to go for I'm not gonna say a risky overlap, but a low chance overlap. It's on the faster car always.
Yeah, it certainly is their responsibility to make their way through without contact, and unfortunately there was on that occasion. We're currently homing in on Team Greenprint, and let's see what they've been up to. It's one of the Mazdas on the outside line. It's not going to involve the Mazda, hopefully. It's going to be a single car spin here, I think, through Brooklands. Sorry, through Luffield. This is now. No, on the outside, and well, this is very weird. Benjamin Tran pulls to a stop on the exit of Luffield and suddenly gets back going again. There's no apparent reason there. I've no idea quite why he has done that.
Option A: either he got a very big slowdown and already realized at the exit of Luffield that they had to take the slowdown, just stopping the car, or B, the traditional sim racing mechanical failure, does your paddle stop working? Or C, something happened to your machine.
I was thinking actually of a computer pop-up coming up on the screen and not blocking the screen entirely.
Windows needs to be updated.
Exactly, yeah. Something along those lines. Maybe he just had to pull off to the side of the road to click that off. I mean, we're laughing about it, but it's very possible. That literally could be the reason.
I lost a race because of that. It was actually not because of Windows. I had like iTunes back in the day, and I think it was doing like yeah, I had iTunes and I wanted to do something, and the iTunes installer popped up on my screen, and I actually went and crashed my car. Let's just say moments of rage were very inducing on that moment, but I didn't break anything, even though I felt like breaking anything.
Well, breaking everything at that point. But yes, it can be very frustrating. As we were talking about earlier on with hardware failures, through no fault of your own, you can lose a race like that. And so, can be very frustrating indeed. But thankfully, this is a longer race. The intensity not quite as high at this stage, you would argue. This is a battle further down the order that we're just homing in on here. Between the 402 and 101. At the moment, the Lamborghini is out in front. That's 4X Racing Pink that almost immediately as we came to air, or sorry, as me and Lorenzo came to the commentary box anyway, went off the road with ScoreX Esports at the Stowe corner. But now they are down in 23rd, down in 22nd, looking to hold off driving Miss Daisy in the class, for class Hartman. He's at the wheel now, the 101, making their way over the line again. This battle for 22nd position. It just shows that it doesn't matter which position you are in the order, worth battling over, no matter where you are. See what one of the other drivers has been up to here through the through the final chicane. Touring car using all the road as they need, and the GT3 not quite expecting it.
Yeah, that's on the GT3 again. Try to make something work on the Wisconsin Racing Intoxicated by Eye telemetry car, and simply not working at all. And I think Justin and Stefan said if you try to make overtake on the outside on these cars sometimes, it doesn't work. Don't try.
No, it's very, very difficult. I think the point is here, Lorenzo, is that the GT3s have got to remember that the touring cars and MX-5 just don't have as much grip as them. So I know they're going at a slower speed, but they can't hold those tight lines when the GT3s try and go around the outside.
Yeah, and that's not just that. It's just they are not also aerodynamically capable. Even though the TCRs, they have lots of aerodynamics they kind of generate, especially through some of these corners, because they try to make the car turn in because you're lifting up the car, going to a corner, as we've seen Sherman van der Sloot around Club and Vale and Club, sorry, just in front of the corners, and you can kind of push out the car as badly as you want, and sometimes it doesn't work for you. But for the TCRs, you can be slightly aggressive out of them at the cost of burning the tires on the front end. So it's kind of like finding that perfect balance of getting the grip on the inside, using the aero that you generate on the car towards your favor. But of course, none of them are like GT3s, or they're made for aerodynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. We're waiting, by the way, for Sherman van der Sloot to come into the pit lane. Tim Tech Motorsport from the lead of this category. It was another 53-second pit stop for Extend Orange and a driver change as well. Jamie Dorey now at the wheel there. And I'm not entirely sure, really, there he is. Just gotten into that car. I'm not entirely sure whether it's a better idea in the touring car category to change out every stint here. Or whether to do 2 stints, because touring car stints and Mazda MX-5 stints, I suppose, as well, they're really quite long in their length, and so it might not be the worst idea to change out every single time.
Yeah, it's up to 90 minutes, depending on circumstances you can get in the car. So 3 hours for a double stint, it's already quite a lot. You're putting yourself lots of effort in your body and mental, especially being the middle tier, that you have to make the overtakes into the Mazda MX-6 MX-5 Cup and getting overtaken by the G3s and kind of like navigating that by lap by lap. So I see that happening because it is sometimes normal in a night race like this to swap drivers every now and then because the time loss is 0. But because you're at night, you can kind of push your tires a little bit more than usual. I see the risk versus reward factor, which you are mentioning.
It's going to be the usual 2 tyre changes as well for the touring cars. No need to change the rears really. They just do not wear out on these touring cars. Jamie Dory's going to get dived here though if he's not careful for next gen orange. Very close to a move there into turn 3. It's Ian Manners using his manners there to not go through. But staying behind, and Race Anywhere Simsport will want to work their way through. They do owe us a pit stop though in the 47. And they're just about staying on the overall lead lap there in the touring car category, but are not really fighting for second position on the road because we are yet to see them come in. It's going to be pretty soon, you would imagine. They're coming up towards the end of lap 39 now. They're not going to come in here, of course. That's the old pit lane. But much lighter on fuel here, you can be sure is helping Ian Manners, certainly, because you'd argue that Next Gen Orange are maybe a bit quicker on actual raw pace, but with a really light car, Race Anywhere Simsport are up to second place.
Yeah, and how racy you gonna get around Maggots and Beckett's side by side here, Ewan? Now getting back into third. Oh boy, this is gonna get tricky.
It certainly did. It was 3 wide with one of the GT3s on the way in there. Jamie Dory managed to get back through again. And Race Anywhere are going to get the slipstream again. And they're going to try and get through all over again. Just using a bit of the slipstream from the GT3 as well. This is going to get very tricky as there's nearly 2 GT3s going side by side in the background as well. Ian Manners down the inside he goes. And through he goes. Jamie Dory has to tuck in. The Race Anywhere Simsport has to continue on for another lap as well. And they're going to be side by side with some GT3s in the final chicane as well. This is not great news. But they've managed to get through. Maybe this will even help Jamie Dory actually. Given there's a lighter car just up in front of him compared to his heavier car. He can just use that one in front just to get towed along ever so slightly for maybe a few laps here. Lamborghini dives down the inside, and that's going to allow Jamie Dory another chance to go through. He stays high and wide and then tucks back in. Gets back on the power. He's not really gotten the run onto the Wellington straight that he really would have hoped for there. It's the BMW behind. Only going to grab him as well in terms of an overtake into Brooklands, it looks like it. And so this battle is going to be split apart. It's important for Jamie Dory, though, to keep his head down here and keep the pace high as much as he possibly can. Keep the spirits high, because he's got to remember that Race Anywhere Simsport have got way less fuel on board than he has.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind that the lap in terms of fuel strategy being the off cycle, kind of like it's not gonna bother him a little bit much. So just keep your foot down on the track, strategy your laps, get yourself navigated through traffic appropriately, do not lose a lot of time in the process. I think there's a little bit of a blink from Jamie, specifically one of the GT3s kind of made a sketchy move, but that's what you want to have to do around the track.
Side by side here in towards Stowe. John Lang on the inside line for CateringRoomRacer.com. On the outside line for 14th position on DCW Racing. Can't do it. That's the DCW Racing Egg car, by the way. Don't know why. Anyway, that's the name. 14th position for them right now. Down to or through the first few corners into turn 3. Well, I was about to say the kind of new section at Silverstone, but it's really not that new anymore. Been there for a long time. I've got to say I'm a big fan. Nice exit for John Lang here. He may well have the opportunity towards Brooklands. They're both going to get this Mazda down the straight with the superior, far superior straight line speed. Look at that. They go through on the Mazda almost as if it wasn't even in the race, wasn't even on the circuit. John Lang not able to use that lap traffic to get through on that occasion. I'm not going to be able to use this Mazda either. I do find that it is slightly rarer that a Mazda is able to affect a pass for in a GT3 battle. It seems to be a little bit rarer than you know, some other I mean, when we see LMP2 in GT3 racing, it seems that almost every time the GT3s are sort of in the way of the prototypes, but it's really not the case with the Mazdas. Sometimes they're really just not in the way at all.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're just there for
Decoration.
yeah, precisely. You saw the words right out of my mouth. You know, just track objects, random track objects just being thrown out of the track for everybody's display.
Oh dear, nearly 3 wide there. John Lang trying to force his way through the middle. And he's trying to force his way through to 14th position. Inside line at Stowe, but DCW Racing so good at hanging it around the outside then the Ferrari. And there's 2 slower cars up here in front as well. Round the outside for John Lang. The Ferrari is slowed by the Mazda. Just as we were saying, the Mazdas don't affect these GT3 battles. It decides one. As John Lang for CaterhamRacing.com goes through. And the DCW Racing Egg Ferrari will have to console itself with 15th position on that occasion, I'm afraid. But there's an example of how lap traffic can affect things in this battle. Even though there's not many of them out there right now, the Mazdas are very slow compared to the GT3s. They do still affect things sometimes.
And created a gap already, didn't it? So it's quite I'm not going to say quite bad for Mark Collicott. It's just a little bit of a letdown that having the traffic just not playing towards your factor. But then again, we don't know if there's any tire strategies in comparison to the 115 towards the P14, which is the number 17.
Beat Racing Team from 3rd into the pit lane, by the way. Making another stop in this race. Here's a replay of Dana Moore into turn 3 for TNT Esports. And into turn 4. It was all fine through Village. Is he going to grab the grass on the outside here? No. Nothing goes wrong for him just yet. Looking all good. But is it going to remain that way into Brooklands and Luffield?
Oh.
No, he comes to a dead stop again. Another driver just randomly pulling off the road. Well, I am very baffled as to quite what's happening. This is not the first time we've seen this in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I wish that... well, there's not a race spot commentator camera over here. Oh, wait. Did he just phase into the track, like, magically from what it looked like? So it could have been like a connection error or something like that for Dana Moore or something like it, if it is what I think it is. So that's why he stopped around the inside portion of the track to try to get some mistake. Oh, Mark Collicott, you just nearly gave me a heart attack right now.
I bet he's had one as well. That was a sideways moment.
Woo.
But well caught. I mean, we were speaking a moment ago about the new section, in air quotes, of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It's not that new anymore, really, but it is still fast and it is still difficult. It nearly caught him out there.
Yeah, and let me ask you a question, since you're the UK resident over here. Do you like this new section of Silverstone in comparison to the old track?
Yeah, I absolutely do.
Really?
Well, not that the old... Oh, yeah. Not that the old section was bad. There's no doubt about that. It wasn't bad at all. It's still a very nice section of road. And I would like to see it used sometimes in real life, really, rather than just kind of left as it is these days. But I know we can still use it in iRacing, unfortunately, but nobody ever does. But yeah, I do like the, you know, it's fast and flowing. It's got it's a really nice opening to the lap. Yeah, it's kind of a change from the usual, you know, slowish, boring turn one that we see at a lot of circuits. It's, you know, fast and flowing and exciting, and almost it's a sort of arena section as well. You can see quite a lot when you sit around that part of the circuit. At Silverstone, you can see quite a lot of what's going on, which is obviously fan friendly as well. So it's certainly good to watch from. What is going on there?
I think you missed.
Brooklands again. Different car, different driver, same odd behaviour. I really don't understand. I don't know if anybody at home's got any answers for us. Please do let us know.
We'll take up every logical answer and illogical answer available right now.
Yeah, someone mentioning in the chat it could be monitor turning off, I suppose. If you're using a TV monitor, it might have a timer, I suppose. But yeah, maybe that's an explanation. But I don't know how these people are. The thing that's driving me away from that explanation, Lorenzo, is the fact that they're neatly pulling their cars up on the side of the road, which suggests they can see sort of. If you had a black screen and your monitor was entirely off, you would not be able to pull up neatly next to the side of the road.
But yes and no. If the monitor just kind of shuts down before you know where you actually are, you can kind of have a little bit of a mild idea and then stop. But in that case, I think the monitor just kind of like shuts yourself off, or you expect the corner to go in one way and you throw the car and brake in one way, it just doesn't go like you wanted it to be. Well,
don't tell me we're going to see another one.
No, that's Maggots and Packets.
Oh no! Another incident involving Mazda and GT3 traffic. That's second place sequential sim sport from the Mazda category. A real shame for Andrew Cole. And this time, I don't even think there was contact. I'm not entirely sure. I think Cole lost it on his own as the BMW was trying to make its way through. And Cole just spanned straight into the path of the GT3.
Really sure I can see from another angle on that incident, because it doesn't do any favors from that angle. The Mazda trying to spin around, or if it missed the corner, or just understeer on the merging from Beckett's Throwers Chapel. Let's see from the perspective out of the GT3. Going to Beckett's, down Maggots and Beckett's. No, that's on the G. I don't know, man.
It's hard to tell whether Cole lost it before or after the incident there. I'm going to have another look personally to try and figure it out myself, because it's a real difficult one to call. There's certainly miscommunication here.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think that's on the GT3, and I think Andrew Cole has only spun around as a result of the GT3 and not the other way around. By the way, that car for sequential sim sport has come in. This ScoreX esports car has also come in for a 1 lap stop and go penalty for meatballing a TCR. I do wonder though whether they're actually. Oh no, they are taking it now. It looks like they're up on the jacks though, taking tyres, which surely can't be allowed when they're having a stop and go penalty.
I mean, you can, if it is applied by iRacing, you do the iRacing stop and hold. You can kind of do that after you're done with your pit stop. It's just going to add up time.
Well, maybe they'll be doing that then. It has been applied in sim, by the way, so maybe you're right. Maybe they'll be doing both. I guess you might as well kind of kill two birds with one stone, if you like, and take your pit while you're in there anyway. So that's what they're doing down there. This is Georgie Mackay for Prismatic Motorsports. Just been overtaken by Sim Dynamics Esport and David Hornsey. literally in the most recent lap, actually, in one of the relatively few Mercedes out there. Certainly compared to the BMWs anyway, that is being driven by Prismatic right now as well. It's the number 77. Then gotten into 10th position for now. Making his way towards the Wellington Straight just for the moment. There's plenty of real life racing experience, by the way, does David Hornsey. Apparently he's raced saloon cars, Caterhams, Porsches, all sorts. So good to see those with real life experience getting in on the sim racing action as well. And I have to say, Lorenzo, I've enjoyed the slightly more relaxed nature of this race so far. I know that obviously we're in the midpoint, definitely the middle 12 hours of an endurance race, which is always sort of like this, but we're sort of, it's very relaxed at the moment. It's a friendly atmosphere. People aren't at each other's throats at the minute, and it's a very nice atmosphere indeed. We'll see if Ollie Wender's enjoying himself here in the Caterham. In the Caterham, what am I talking about? In the Mazda. Just goes around for a spin on his own and makes one of the BMWs comes to a complete stop, but at least there was no contact this time.
Yeah, and held the brakes and let everybody know. Kind of showed up everybody, the car spun around and was predictable. So that's what we want to see. Whenever you spin around the car, don't try to make any sudden moves or anything unpredictable at the moment, as we're probably going to see Mackay go for the move over here. He's not going to have enough overlap on the Mercedes, but still a very good fight between these two cars. I wonder if Georgie Mackay has actually any parent relationship to our very own commentator Peter Mackay.
Right, well, it's not the most uncommon last name I've ever heard, so
No.
I don't know. I don't know. But could be. They're both now in the top 10 now, by the way. We have seen a pit stop for. Sorry, it's that stop and go for ScoreX Esports has put them 3 seconds behind this battle. So while they are both in the top 10, we could both see a free car battle very soon for this position. A bit of support, by the way, for Prismatic Motorsports and Georgie Mackay in the chat as well, which is good to see. We have also seen the overall race leader lap everybody all over again. So Josh Benson has lapped Elliot Elliott, and so they're on a lap of their own now. I'm not entirely sure, though, how the number 17 were able to get back onto the lead lap through the most recent pit stop phase. They'd somehow managed it. But now they're back off the lead lap once again, with nearly 10 hours gone. It's another symbolic moment for Josh Benson and BRT. They're kind of laying a marker down to everybody that this race is theirs. And they're not going to be letting anybody else have it, by the looks of it. As we've got... sorry, go on.
Just to let you know before we move forward, the reason I think it was the Simsoy Canon esports car stayed 10 seconds last on the pit, nearly 10 seconds last on the pit stall than the leaders. That's why I think they were able to manage to get the lap back and create a little bit of a gap before getting overtaken again.
Into the pit lane for the touring car leader as well here. Shane Burke gets behind the wheel, replacing Sharon van der Sloot. The Simtech Motorsport change their drivers once again. Mackay continues to try and find a way through the 9th place against this Mercedes. Let's see where Stephen McMahon has gotten to as well. Now 4 seconds adrift, more than that now, so not exactly catching, I'm afraid, these two. Oh, that's a fresh lap out the pit lane for him, but even so, not able to really catch up. Still 9th place for Sim Dynamic Esports, though. Using their real-world motor racing experience. which I do believe all their drivers have, actually, by the way. They've got 5 drivers entered for this race. And I believe, anyway, that they've all had some sort of real-world experience, and some of them quite extensive real-world experience, in the form of Simon Mason, who does own the team. Out onto the hangar straight again and under the famous bridge. Bonzi doesn't look under too much pressure right now. Lorenzo, this gap's just extending a little bit, but that was not over, but it's just not imminent, I don't think, a pass right now.
Yeah, just a normal hiatus for the time being, and see if that is going to get re-engaged. Meanwhile, both of these cars are actually creating something towards...
Oh, no.
Yeah. I heard that in the chat. I saw that in the chat.
Let's see. Well, that was a... Whoa. What was going on there? I don't know if it's just the darkness where we can't see quite, you know, the different slides like we can in the daytime, but that looked like a really weird spin to me.
Same.
What the hell was going on there? This is from up above. Did lose it on the way in there, and then he over... Okay, it looks more normal from there, but even so, that will have cost him a bit of time.
Yeah, from what I saw in the chat, I thought it would have been much... I thought it was a little bit worse, so looking at this, I'm a little bit more relieved that we were able to see the incident. I thought, all right, the guy bent into the wall, has to bring it back into the pit lane, but not quite. Just a small spin caused by overcooking the entry.
It looked a bit more normal up from the second angle that we saw.
Yeah.
So I just feared for them that something really wrong was going on there, but it just looked like a simple spin. They do also have 3 laps of a lead as well, so Kensal Simsport, I believe, are still in pit lane. They are indeed. It's been a long stop for them. They're still in pit lane after their incident. They have changed driver to Fortullo, but down in 5th already, and they've got 2 laps to get out before Wild Things Racing hold on to a top 5 there. But a real shame for the number 90 team, who were running in 2nd place. I mean, this is the peril that you have going through as a slower category. And I know I've always had this discussion with Lewis McLeod, another RaceSpot commentator. We've always said we'd much rather be in the fastest category, but not because we think we're great drivers, but because you've got so much more control over your race. And, you know, Andrew Cole there did not have any control over the incident that's ultimately took them out of 2nd place.
Luckily for you, you just said that not because you're really good drivers, because you saying that Lewis is a really good driver would be like an offense or something like that. And I'm just kidding. Just a small joke to Lewis. I trust you, and I don't trust Lewis. Especially after what he done to you in Arjuna.
Yeah. I mean,
so
well, Lewis is not a trustworthy character, really.
Yeah, I know. It's not at all. But to be very honest, I don't mind being those middle tiers, even in the lower tier class. It's like, I know you get to bully people around. If you're the faster car, you can kind of dictate your own destiny, going around the traffic and things like that. But it's just, if it is, for example, the 24 hours on Nürburgring, I don't mind doing the TCR. I don't mind doing the GT4s, because it is kind of like a guilty pleasure. I like to drive those cars around, or for example, like Glenn, I don't mind doing the GT3s because it is something that I like. So it goes from person to person. But if it is like Daytona, then I'm probably going to drive the LMP because I want to do the bullying.
Oh, goodness. How many LMDH entries do you think we're going to get for Daytona 24 hours special event this year?
Oh, mate. No, that's
My
a good
God.
question.
Normally,
How many?
sorry, normally we see some back when we had the GTEs, and now just with the GT3s, we sometimes have only GT3 split, like, or GTD as it is there. GTD only splits. Do you think we're going to get LMDH only splits at Daytona next year?
Maybe in the lower splits, mate. Or LMDH and GT3, kind of like a little bit of a split, 50-50 split. Because, oh my God, how many entries did we get like this year? Was it like in the 10,000s or something like that?
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure we broke another record.
Yeah.
It was 10 months ago now, so I cannot remember, if I'm honest with you. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. It's insane to think about. It's November and we're nearly wrapping up the year. All right, I'm gonna be bold over here. I'll say we're gonna get a 12,000. If my number's correct, we got around 10,000 entries, team entries. I think if I remember correctly. Drivers is much more than that, but I think we're gonna get around 12,000 entries. Out of the 12,000 entries, I expect around half of it to be LMDH, or 60% of it to be LMDH.
It could be a frightening percentage of the entry, because I mean, and I've said this before. I know we've got a fight going on, by the way, for 9th position at the moment, with Prismatic under a little bit of pressure right now from ScoreX Esports, who are of course recovering from that penalty, so they're a little bit out of position, and maybe this fight isn't going to last too long. But it looks like Prismatic doing a good job right now of just holding Stephen McMahon back as things stand. We go on board right now, but I can't remember a time, Lorenzo, where in the sports car racing community, in the endurance racing community, of which this is a part of it, there hasn't been this amount of excitement around a car's release probably since the LMP1s were released more than 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think we drivers and some around the community, we call this the golden era. This is like the platinum era coming into IMSA specifically now. That we're gonna get the LMDH, the LMP2, and the GT3 around Daytona. So it's gonna be an interesting one, to see how those cars are gonna behave around the 24 hours, because I know like I said before, the LMP2 got nerfed in the power to try to match up to the current regulations out of this year. So that difference in speed, it's going to be an interesting one, because when we saw Daytona, Georgia Mackay with problems. Go, Ewan.
Big slide through Brooklands for Georgie Mackay. Saved it, but lost a fair amount of time there. ScoreX Esports are going to really fancy their chances now of getting through. Let's see what's been happening to Jason Sawford as well here for BUSR iRacing. This is on a straight as well. I really hope things don't go wrong here, or it could be into turn 1. GT3 dives down the inside. Another TCR trying to get through. Hello. And got a bit too personal there, I'm afraid, with the Mazda, which goes wide and has to go across the tarmac, but that's exactly what the tarmac's there for.
Yeah, but in that instance, for me, that's a 50-50, because you can kind of see the TCR Luminant Large going for that overtake, kind of like committed into it. Of course, that wouldn't be too much of an overlap going in, but if you're in the Mazda, maybe could have like gone by. I don't know. We'd have to look from another angle.
By the way, from the YouTube chat, there were 12,000 entries last year at Daytona.
No. That's don't worry. That is me when I said 12,000, because we broke the service this year.
I was not not paying attention as much as I should have been there. But there we Hey, it's been a lot of commentary for both of us today.
Yeah. How many hours did you do commentary?
I can't really remember. I think I did 7 on the other broadcast today. 4 coming up here, and then final 4 hours of the race. I'll be back again with Taylor Burris to take you to the flag for the final 4 hours of the race, just as the sun's coming up in the well, just after the sun's gone in the early morning. I'll be back again. It was quite an early finish, really, at Silverstone for the 24 hours. I mean, midday in the UK is quite an early finish for a 24-hour race, and when the sun comes up, there's not going to be that long to go.
Yeah, it's gonna be like maybe an hour to go or something like it, which is insane to think about. And I'm doing this stint before yours, so it's kind of like I'll get a short rest and I'll go back in and with Haynes, and you come back with Stefan at the end of the race.
Well, I thought it was Taylor, but it could be Stefan, yeah.
Oh, it's Taylor, yeah. It's Taylor. But it's an eventful weekend for us.
It is an eventful weekend. I know Taylor's been doing either a little bit earlier on as well. I would have thought it'd be pretty late for him, actually, to be on in the morning European time. Very late. Anyway, getting through it. Georgie Mackay. We'll see if Prismatic Motorsports can hold on to 9th place here. Tight line for Scorex Esports. That was aggressive from the 45. Stephen McMahon gets through, but there may well be a bit of a discussion about that one off the track because it was a squeeze. I think there was just about room for a BMW to squeeze down the inside there.
Absolutely. I just want to look at the angle again. How much of room they had into the entry of Stowe to try to go side by side, because I think there's room on the left-hand side into the entry of Stowe that they could have made a side by side without that too much of a drama. So I don't know. Let's look.
This is the view from above. There's definitely a width of a BMW to be had down the inside there. Kai leaves the door open. Down the inside, Scorex Esports. I feel like the contact has done them both a little bit of a disservice there, because I don't think Scorex Esports were too aggressive over the line, but I don't think Prismatic deserved to, go firing off out wide through Stowe there. I feel like that contact was quite severe, really, for what it was.
Yeah, it was avoidable. I think that contact could have been avoidable between both of them. They just got raced. I think the scare is because they had a Mazda up in front. I think whoever was on Prismatic could have misjudged the fact they could have been on the outside and then get it blocked by the Mazdas. That might have been the fear. I don't know, but I'm just speculating over here. And that's why he tried to stay as pitched in as he could be against the score at Esports.
I think Stephen McMahon is going to be off and away by now. Prismatic Motorsports just coming around the corner there. You can see those second set of headlights just in the background. Got to pass another touring car. Gap going to grow between them. Now, I want to draw your attention to the race leader again here, Lorenzo. The Josh Benson driven BRT BMW has recently set the fastest lap of the race overall, very recently. Now, we're in darkness, and so it's more difficult to see, but the track temperatures may be a little bit more ideal. Do you think it's even more impressive that he's been able to set a fastest lap of the entire race at this end of the race, or do you think the cooler temperatures have helped him to that one? There it is, 21 degrees out on the actual tarmac.
We have to call it cold temperature, but I expected the fast lap to come around the morning, not in the evening. And you can see clear skies. There is some humidity, not too much gust of winds. But I'm impressed. I expect it to be, I would say, right at the latter portion of the race where you're going to be commentating that we could be seeing fast laps, because I think the temperature is going to be pretty much the same. Not in the middle of the night with so many cars around. So I'm impressed with what Josh has done over here.
Very impressive lap. And once again, they continue to pull away. Another word on the Simsoid Canard Esports car as well. Josh Benson still very much leading right now. It's just a couple of moments ago, an issue for someone getting back under. I think that is Elliot Elliott who's just had an issue. I know you will have seen that at home quicker than I have. I was looking the wrong way. But the number 7 has been off the road somewhere. Josh Benson comes in from the lead of the race there now. Elliot Howitt will get back onto the lead lap again, but unfortunately has been off in the last couple of moments. So that's a bit annoying for him. Going to fall just as pit stop is made by BRT here, and 4 tyres probably changed. Josh Benson may well stay in for a second stint here. Haven't seen too many people going too far really. There's no need to. But we'll see Benson go another one further. Looks like we are going to see him go that little bit further again. That mistake there from Harrier sure didn't help him. The gap now 1 minute 6 between the two, but obviously a pit stop will have to be made by Samsung Canard Esports a little bit late, very soon in this race. Currently completing lap 28 of their stint, which is the second most of any GT3 inside the top 15 also. So there's going to need to be another pit stop here very soon. Back in the traffic once again with the Sim Racing Collective, who are defending from Mark Cullercutt in the DCW Racing Ferrari. Battle for 13th. I have a feeling we've been seeing quite a lot of these two cars really. And you know, it's been... well, they can't seem to get rid of one another as things stand.
Oh, that's a little bit of a bullying from the faster GT3 on the track.
Yeah, that was very much aggressive. Johnny will get through on the Mazda at the same time there, but they're now being split up by a GT3 just a lap or so ahead of these two. So yeah, not much to separate them, but there's a car between them as things stand. Yeah, these two can't really seem to leave each other alone for the moment. Oh, for 13th this time. But the car's just separating them out, and so the battle may have to wait for just a little bit later.
You could say they're all part of a collective.
I guess you could say that, yes.
I'll be here all night long.
So, we're not even anywhere near midnight just yet, and bringing out things like that, dear me.
I know. It's kind of like I had to go for that one. I'm not Chaz Draycott. I'm not Peter Mackay with the very good puns, but I try.
An attempt was made.
Failed miserably, but an attempt was made. That's what matters.
Fortunately, you're going to get the pleasure at home, by the way, in the next portion of this race. Two people who are not going to be up relatively. I know, Lorenzo, you're back again pretty soon after this stint. I don't know how you're going to get through that one, but it's going to be early morning. You're going to get to see the sunrise, which would be nice.
Yeah, it's. I'm quite interested to see that sun going over the rise of maybe of like Chapel and the Hanger Straight. So it's going to be an interesting one. But should be 4 hours of commentary with David. That should be very interesting for me. Oh,
dear,
no.
No. Joshua Hislop is turned around by Klaus Hartmann. And I'm afraid the 101 there has not painted itself in glory. That was a rejoin that will have Connery Maddock shaking wherever he is in the world at the minute. I think they've readjusted that position now. Hartmann may have been involved in another incident here. We'll see. diving down the inside. That was a big mistake. But then this rejoin really could have been avoided.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say that does not look good. I'm afraid for the 101, and Hislop has to go down, back down into the pit lane. Now, we're getting some confirmation from Dana Moore about his stoppage on the side of the road earlier on. His screen froze after all of that, so he had no idea where he was for 30 seconds, but was able to get back going again. Real shame. He was at the end of a triple stint, worked really hard, and unfortunately a screen freeze has basically undone all of that, which is a real shame for him.
That is a very big bother. I'm just wondering if we get the other driver that actually had the same issue around there. I'm trying to remember who that was. Does that pretty much confirm Iku Mericala's theories that the corner is actually cursed?
It could well be. Benjamin Tran is the other driver for Team Greenprint, so we'll wait for him to get out and then we'll ask him. Because yeah, it's been weird around that section of the circuit. There's been 2 incidents of very similar caliber there. Now, Sean Geroux just going a bit too deep through Maggots and Beckett's, getting onto the grass and going off. It just shows that when you go too deep and too fast into one part, you have really screwed yourself for the other parts that come afterwards.
And sometimes overcompensation doesn't work your way, and all you get is a trip towards the grass and nearly towards the wall.
Afraid so. The 115 is in here now as well. The Ferrari. Back down to pit lengths, DCW Racing Egg. Mark Cullicutt has been in that car pretty much the entire time we've been here, so maybe it would be time for him to get out. Can't really see him losing a position here, though, as he has a lap over the next car, which is always comforting.
There you go. There will be a driver change. Mark Cullicutt is going to get changed by James Foster, who's taking over from him.
Get James Foster in. And hopefully back out onto the circuit very soon. Old Turtles Motorsport into the top 5 at the moment. It's Thomas Ullman. What's he been up to? It's a spin through turn 4. I don't know what it is about these low-speed corners, but towards the end of the tyre life, some of these cars are just going around completely on their own through these innocuous slow corners, and I don't really know why.
Unless you're braking while you're actually trying to turn in and that is upsetting the car, it's odd. You might be, like you said, tire related, but then again, 29 laps, yeah, makes more sense. Oh.
Ethan Kearley. Now, is this just a Mazda, or is it running slowly? Oh dear. Weaving around. Internet problems. This is not comforting for anybody around right now. That's never what you want to see. One of the worst things to see, actually, when you are a driver. And I did hear someone actually in the chat earlier mentioning the cow liveries Mazda was having a couple of internet problems, and I think we've just seen them firsthand there.
Yeah, you got to be careful with these cars, and maybe race control might have to take action to try to solve this issue as quickly as possible to avoid further carnage into turn number 1. I thought that was actually closer than it looked.
It looked pretty close in the end. They were all right, I think. Not too many actual fights going on in GT3 at the moment, by the way. 1.9 seconds, 2 seconds is the closest one for 6th place. But we are sort of in the middle of a pit stop cycle right now, so we can forgive them for that. That's pretty much the closest battle out there on the circuit. We do indeed have 4 confirmed retirements, but everybody else out there right now, not many in for long repairs either. So we're settling into a little bit of a rhythm, but I think it's safe to say over the stint we've been here so far, nearly 2 hours and a half now, we've seen a fair few amount of incidents, but they haven't been huge crashes for the most part, which is what you want to see. We want to see all these guys get to the end.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That's what everybody wants to see, you know, just clean race, everybody trying to have fun the best way they can. I just wonder how many of these guys, as we're seeing Jack Osborne in the Century Sim Esports, I think clipping too much grass and then major crash into the entry of Chapel. Like I was saying, I wonder how many of these guys still have fast repairs, because they do have some fast repairs available for this race.
It definitely wasn't me, by the way, who just said there hasn't been much damage dealt to anybody in recent times. That was not me, and I'm not responsible for that.
That was Lewis McGlade.
It was someone else. Luffield has collected someone else as well, by the looks of it, and it might have been this. Oh no, that's just a Mazda. Oh, maybe it did. Mazda running slowly here. One of the white Mazdas running really slowly. Oh dear, let's hope they don't get collected. That's very close and very nerve-wracking to watch. They're not far from the pit lane here. I do wonder whether they've slightly miscalculated this and whether they've run out of fuel. It's Quantum Racing Team who are going slowly. 4th place in Mazda MX-5. Looks like they're out of fuel.
Yeah, 33 laps into the stint. That's a little bit of an overstretch.
Well, clearly it has been, I'm afraid, for them. And they're into the pit lane from 4th. They're going to have to get that toe back and then get going again. I think they had 2 laps to the next car, so I think they're going to be all right. But even so, it's a pretty bad mistake to miscalculate fuel, especially I guess in the Mazda MX-5 Cup category. You've got quite a long time to think about your next pit stop, given the stints are so long. So it's not that easy in practice, but yeah, real shame for them to lose positions as a result of that miscalculation. Century Sim Esports have lost that 6th place. So I mentioned there might have been a battle developing there. Obviously not anymore, as Jack Osborne has gone around. And he got a bit of damage as a result of that contact as well. So, gap nearly 4 seconds now. Osborne is a World GT Championship AM class winner this season. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's clearly well versed in the GT world. But I'm afraid lost control through here a couple of laps ago. Trying to see if there's any damage. And this is another thing with the darkness, Lorenzo. We can't really see if there's damage because the headlights are so bright. But I don't think there's actually a bonnet on that BMW anymore.
We're about to... No, there's not. There's no bonnet whatsoever.
I don't think so.
There is. No, there is there. No, now I'm confused.
No, I don't think there is.
Can we get some cars around that BMW to try to take a look at it?
Somebody get a torch out, please. We need a torch, but I don't think they'll need one. It's pretty obvious what the damage is here, I think, for Century Sim Esports. All running out of Sim Centre, of course, in the northwest of England, and it's not turned out well for them on this occasion. Just wonder whether fatigue starting to come into effect there for that particular incident. I mean, despite the fact it doesn't have one of its most significant body parts, the BMW doesn't seem to be going that slowly, and it doesn't seem to have any suspension damage, remarkably, either.
I mean, the car is air cooled, so it's never going to overheat, so it's a plus. The downside is that it is the bonnet. Oh, a little bit of a overcommitment from Jack Osborne on the exit of Brooklands towards Luffield. The downside is you still have the front end of the car.
Yeah, it's very crumpled. The 51, the back half of the car's looking very pristine, but I find the same can't be said for the front. Maggots and Beckett's the scene of the accident as Kevin Brown from second in the Mazda category comes into pit lane now as well. In that stage of the race, once again, where we're seeing lots of drivers making their way down pit lane and pitting. Not all at once, but there's just a steady stream of one or two. Doing a bit of YouTube chatter at the moment about Josh Benson, who is still leading this race, and he is still going very quickly. One of only two drivers to be in the 1 minute 58s on that most recent lap time. Scorex Esports, Stephen McMahon is also in the 58s there. But it just show you what pace Josh Benson has and what pace BRT as a whole will have, really. A specialist endurance team in iRacing formed in 2021, looking for a big race win here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, and they're right on their way to doing that. 13.5 hours to go, still a very, very long way, but there's no doubting the pace of Josh Benson and the rest of the team.
Yeah, they're thinking this is kind of like a league race or something like that, just carrying on professionally and as fast as they can possibly carry over the car. But nearly getting to a moment of the Mazdas and making me fell face first into the floor with another commentary curse.
Yeah, let's try and avoid them if we can. I'm pretty sure I already did do one actually by saying nobody had got damage recently, and then we saw Century Sim Esports do exactly that. So I might be slightly to blame for that. But I'm not willing to take any. I'm not willing to take any blame.
Same.
We'll stay out of it. Josh Benson will just make his way through on a little bit more lap traffic once again, as the leading gap now, Project Dynamic Green, goes up to 4 laps. Now, Gilles LeBlanc still at the wheel there. Does owe us a pit stop, but Jason Salford is also owes us a pit stop, and he's second right now. Racing Practice to Life are actually second. Still think there'll be 3 laps down on the leaders by the time this pit stop cycle has ended here at Lorenzo. I'm trying to get a real feel for how long those Mazda pit stops are supposed to be here, because they're fluctuating wildly from anywhere between 1 minute 17 was the shortest one and 3 minutes 45 for Wild Things Racing on that last time. I mean, we've got wild fluctuations there. I didn't think it would be too different to the other categories in this race, but clearly they do need to spend a little longer on pit lane.
Yeah, to try to get some repairs in the car, I think. So the same thing went for Quantum. Quantum stayed at 3 minutes and 6, and they had that, and they had the incident that we saw on screen not long ago. So kind of like makes sense for these stops to be long if you really want to get repairs out of the car. But in average, what you're getting is right around 1 minute 10 to 1 minute and 30, I think.
I think a lot of those pit stop times are down to damage. We haven't seen too many of the Mazdas actually undamaged in this race. So maybe damage repair is where a lot of it is coming from.
Oh.
Hear me, battle for 9th going on here. David Hornsby under a lot of pressure here, and Stephen McMahon he's on a charge right now, it really. Wants to get through as quickly as possible for Scorex Esports, if he can. Already managed to put 40 seconds into the Sim Racing Collective, who have gotten through on Prismatic Motorsports after a pit stop for the number 98. So he's putting real big distances into those behind, and surely going to be up to 9th here soon. Great run through Magnus and Beckett's. Best run possible, best exit possible through Chapel. He is going to have to do it on the outside line into Stowe Corner here. But you get the feeling that he'll be able to do this. Late on the brakes, he squeezes the Mercedes as much as possible, and he'll hope he'll get the same respect on the exit. Well, he just about does, but in the end, couldn't stay alongside for long enough. Down the inside he goes. It's late on the brakes. He uses the BMW to stop the Mercedes from coming back at him. And Stephen McMahon for ScoreX Esports is up to 9th position with a very nice pass indeed.
Yeah, really good stand. Took a little bit of a while to try to get that done, but Stephen managed to get it done at the end of the day. Now with some slower traffic, one Mazda, one TCR, and managed to lose some ground. But here comes once again that a Mercedes on the 77 to try to make the overtake. Just no room whatsoever, and the TCR not appreciative of this.
Not particularly, but I don't know what else the GT3s could have done. Well, I suppose they nearly did fade back towards the racing line, right into the path of the TCR, I suppose, but so I think it warranted a flash of the lights, really, but they have done. Out the final corner. Well, sorry, I can't get my head around this. It's not the final corner, it's just Luffield. This is the old pit straight. Still struggling to get my head around this after all these years.
It's because, if I remember correctly, the new pit straight, that F1 pit straight, I think it is only used for F1, nothing else than that, if I remember correctly. Only if you're doing some testing.
I'm pretty sure the WEC use it when they go there. But you're right, when what's it called now? GT World Challenge?
Yeah.
Europe?
GT World Challenge uses the old pit lane.
Yeah, they use the old pit lane. The ELMS used the old pit lane, but they started and finished the race at the old pit, the new pit straight. I don't know if they still do that, but that was when the traditional 6 hours of Silverstone opened the season, and ELMS had a 4 hours of Silverstone to open their season, and it was all on one weekend. ELMS went in the old pit lane because there wasn't room for everybody, but they had the timing line where we've got it now, which I feel is slightly bizarre, but I don't hate the idea.
Yeah, and I know as well that MotoGP uses the old pit lane as well, so it's odd, and I do believe that the option of using the old pit lane instead of the new pit lane for iRacing should come soon, because it would make the race, I think, in terms of strategy, a little bit more interesting, having those cars coming into the exit out of love field and then out of cops and see where they would stack in comparison towards team cars. Oh no!
Oh! Contact. One of the BMWs going to get slowed up, and it's ScoreX Esports who worked so hard to get through on that Mercedes. Once again, it's about going around the outside as a GT3 and realising the Mazdas can't keep that tight line. And Sim Dynamics Esport are straight through again.
Traffic gives and traffic takes.
Quantum Racing team of Richard Gordon, the Mazda that was involved. They're back out onto the circuit again after running out of fuel on that most recent stint. Back out there again. McMahon going to try and get back through again before he gets to the timing line. I suppose there's no real need to get it done before then, but he'd like to do it with as much urgency as possible, so that he can get back into 9th position. He'll be in the slipstream here of the Mercedes, looking to make a way through. Oh, looking to the outside, inside switch, not quite able to do it there. They're going to have to stay behind, and this is going to cost him time now. If McMahon had just been a little bit more patient in traffic, if he'd have gotten through on the Mazda correctly, then he, wouldn't have had to redo this overtake, and he would have, gained himself a bit of time. And instead, at that one little moment through that traffic has cost him quite a lot of time now.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but I got reports that there is a little bit of impatience from Stephen. But then again, these guys are out there to learn or try to have fun, so I understand some of the traffic might be a little bit upset, but then again, it's one event where you're still trying to make it to the end. I get the other driver's point, but I know, of course, that is on Steven what happened with the Quantum Mazda, but anyway, let's see if you're going to be able to seal the deal on this time, which I don't think there's a gap to go over here on Brooklyn's, but I've nearly been proven wrong.
Oh, haven't we both?
Oh yeah,
Right,
many times.
Yeah, it's a common occurrence. Oh,
Oh.
Matt Mahone. Oh dear, you could see that going wrong from the middle of Luffield there, and he just ended up towards the gravel. It's one of the more important corners on this circuit actually, because it's quite a long run out of Luffield and towards the old pit straight as well. As George Daniel from 4th gets going on the exit of Copse after having some sort of incident, and incidents at that corner, never good to see. There are no small incidents at Copse, so what's happened here? This is from a helicopter. Oh dear! The Ferrari in front had a wobble, and George Daniel didn't really have anywhere to go there.
Yeah, it looked like to be the DCW Racing egg that might have an issue on the exit out of Cops and just slammed on the brakes and caught George Daniel by surprise. Doesn't look there's too much damage on the front, on the bonnet of the Ferrari, or even at the splitter of the Ferrari as well.
I don't think there is much damage. I think he's gotten away with it really for 89 Motorsport in the 489. Lucky for him, he's got 43 seconds behind and he's got a minute and a half in front. Although unluckily for him, he's pretty fresh out the pit lane, so it's not as if he's going to be able to get that damage repaired anytime soon. But I guess this is the thing. It's all about, it's all well and good, Lorenzo, being clean and you know, keeping things calm yourself and keeping things on the road. But if people are doing things wrong around you, then there's much chance of you getting damaged or going off the road.
Yeah, that's why we always got to say you got to be mindful and cautious whatever you go with every single thing that you do. So let's see, Dale Eastman from Aztec Racing just losing the car, slamming on the brakes, and oh, big slam on the back of his car from George Daniel. So got away unscathed somehow, some way into that car, both of them.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they managed that, really, getting away with so little consequence, but they did. They're both through as this battle for 9th continues. ScoreX Esports trying to find a way through. It's a nicer, narrower line off of the corner. The Mercedes going to be vulnerable up into Stowe. And we'll see. I don't think he's quite close enough to make the move here, but once again, just losing time inside line, can't quite do it, as there's a little bit more lap traffic to negotiate as well with one of the Mazdas. There's a touring car here as well, I'm pretty sure. So Mercedes makes that dive, and now surely Matt Mahone's going to have a good run onto the front straight. He could even do it into the final corner here. Up the inside he goes, side by side between them. Still can't quite do it. I think there Lorenzo was trying to trap the other car behind the touring car there, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think he went slower to try to get the overlap going to the final corner and see if it could actually make the overtake at the end of the straight. But here it goes.
Oh. Down the inside at turn 4. It's a brave one. You don't often see it work because it doesn't often come off. But he's got a chance this time. Oh, contact made.
Oh, no.
The Mercedes goes off the road. We've talked about it time and time again. Going around the outside of these Mazdas or the touring cars is so tricky for them. And it's ended with David Hornsey off the road.
Yeah, just really unfortunate to see that happen. And I want to look on the replay if who's at fault over here, because it's hard to make up look in that angle. If it was so
dear.
fast that oh dear.
He's off the road again at Luffield. So there's the dive. It's a great dive from ScoreX Esports in the BMW there. And now they've just decided to, you know, go either side of the Mazda. The Mazda gives room, but I mean, I get the feeling that what can the Mazda do there? It was giving room to the BMW on the inside. It can't also give room to the Mercedes on the outside. It can't be in two places at once.
Yeah, it's tricky. That's the race incident in my books, you know, because they're already side by side going into the corner. So it is a little bit natural that you try to give room. You're going to understeer the car a little bit into the exit out of the new corners and going to the Wellington straight. Just basically is going to be someone is going to take the loss over there, and unfortunately it was David Horsey.
Well, a shame to see for him, but he's back going again at the very least. Very exciting battle. There's still plenty of them around in the ButtKicker Britcar. 24 hours of Silverstone. We are going to take a quick RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Me and Lorenzo are going to take a very short break, but this stream won't be going anywhere. We'll be staying live as we are throughout the entirety of the 24 hours here at Silverstone. We're on board with Kevin Brown, racing for Extra Life. This is RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Welcome back to the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, where BRT number 39 still leading. Josh Benson with pace as ever. Pace in spades here today. Still just over 13 hours to go in this one. He has got a big lead of a lap over Elliot Elliott. And he's got 2 laps over Elite Racing Team. 3 laps over 5th, you get the idea. It's having a very good race, as is the whole of the BRT team. TIMETABLE Motorsport with a slightly more slender margin in the touring car category for Next Gen Orange. We're just under a minute behind this wonderfully bright aqua blue touring car right now. And Project Dynamic Green are leading in the Mazda category. There's Elliot Huffman at the wheel of that Mazda in another nice livery for those guys. Just getting passed by one of the touring cars right now. My name's Ewan O'Leary. Lorenzo Bonda is alongside me for just over the next hour before we're going to get well, shoved out the commentary box, to be quite honest with you. We're nearly halfway at this point, Lorenzo. I don't think drivers and teams will be starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel just yet, because it very much still feels like the darkness of night time. But reaching the halfway stage in an endurance race is always a great feeling, and it only makes you want to get to the end even more.
Yeah, because you can see the sun shining into the track, and it gives you that motivation boost. And that's the one thing you really want to see, you know, whenever you get to see that sun blaring on your face, and you see, oh, time is ticking down. You have a little bit more than 6 hours to go, but 12 hours to go rather. Be doing calculations, which is a little bit of a brain fart, but you know, getting the halfway point of the race is really important. Sun in the face is going to get you motivated, and if your car is in a really good position like Elliot Huffman's car, even better.
Yeah, well, yeah, just being mentioned in the YouTube chat that Project Dynamic Green, the only Mazda MX-5 to not have any damage in this race so far. Now, I kind of want to get your opinion on this, Lorenzo, because we spoke a little bit earlier about when you are in a slower category, when you're part of the slower categories cars, you are sort of vulnerable to other people around you, and through no fault of your own, you can get smashed into. So do you think that they've been in the right places at the right time, or do you think their drivers have been, you know, extra careful, and it really is a credit to them that they have been, you know, damage-free so far in this race?
I would say 20-80, like 20 in terms of being in the right place at the right time, just not having too many issues, and their drivers being careful and managing around the track. I think that if there's more than one driver in the channel, their Discord channel or TeamSpeak channel, negotiating the traffic, I think that is very important. You and I think you know this much better than probably know this quite a lot, because we've done pit reporting for IMSA, the IMSA Global Esports Championship, and we saw the commentary between the drivers and their co-drivers and the engineers, and seeing how they negotiate, especially in the TCR, that faster traffic in the GT3s, right? So I think they're doing pretty much the same in Elliot Huffman's case, or whoever's driving the car, and they're coming out on top without any damage, which is very nice to see at the current moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of communication that goes into being a slower, or a driver of a slower category. I keep saying slower driver. I don't mean that. They're not slow drivers, but they're in a slower car. So what can you do about it? You can't win against the GT3s when you're in a little Mazda MX-5 that you could probably take to the shops with you and pick up your supermarket shopping and all of that. Maybe not particularly ideal, but you get the idea. It's a very different form of racing indeed, but a very exciting form of it. Unfortunately, we haven't seen too many Mazda battles throughout our stint on here today, this evening. The closest battle in the Mazdas is 1 minute 20 apart. We were on board with Kevin Brown racing for extra life in that short break there a few moments ago. He is chasing down BUSR iRacing for second, but 80 seconds separate the two of them. I do just want to reference BUSR Racing, by the way, because it's a team that are currently in second position. Stands for, by the way, British University Sim Racing, which is a racing league dedicated to people at university, basically, university students that run league races very regularly on a number of simulators. So well worth checking out if you are so inclined. But a good group of guys there at the moment. Jason Sawford is currently at the wheel. He is the original founder of this of the organisation. Just slots in behind another one of the Mazdas at the moment. They also have Angus Fender there, former British GT driver. I'm not sure how much driving he's been doing, when he's been doing it, or earlier, or whatever. But yeah, a talented team here in the 286. 3 Mazdas in a row right now, though, and maybe we'll get a little flavour as to what the Mazda racing could have been like, or could be like in this race, because we do have 3 of them together right now. Even though all 3 of them are on separate laps, we do get a bit of a feel for how these Mazdas race against each other. Well, actually, no, we don't, because Jason Sawford is into pit lane.
Just is the anti-climax for us. Kind of like you get hyped up. Oh, we can actually see something around the track. No.
Not on this occasion, I'm afraid. Into the pit lane for Jason Sawford. That will bring Racing for Extra Life back into the 2nd position once again. Also, saw a little bit earlier on, by the way, that Paul Walsh out there right now. I don't know if he's still out there. No, I don't think he is. But was out there earlier on for one of the teams. Apparently a commentator as well. So fair enough to him. One of our own, if you, I guess you could say. But he doesn't. He's not RaceSpotTV though. But the commentary business, if you like. It's not a business, but you get the idea. It was out there a little bit earlier on. 2nd place. Touring car into the pit lane right now as well, by the way, next in orange. Just pulled to a stop. That was Jamie Durry at the wheel. Has been for a little while. Pretty sure he has been for the entire time we've been here, actually, for the last 3 hours. May well be getting out now. Nope, he's going to stay in. Speaking of Angus Fender, by the way, he's getting into the 286 we were just talking about a couple of moments ago, the British University Sim Racing Mazda. They might make it out in 2nd here. It could be quite close. Oh no, it's not going to be very close, actually. Well, they had 80 seconds on the way in.
No, but the pit stop has been right around 1 minute 40, 1 minute 30 total. So yeah, so it's not that far. I would estimate maybe 7 seconds.
Yeah, I think so. Might be less than that. As we just wait for the gap to normalise again. But Kevin Brown is going to have maybe a battle on his hands by the end of this stint. He's only 11 laps into this one, but plenty of time remaining in it. And he will not be pleased about that, really, as Angus Fender chases him down. 5 seconds adrift is the gap that he's going to normalise at. Yeah, plenty of real-world experience there for Angus Fender in that BUSR R-Racing Mazda. I'm sure he's done plenty of laps around Silverstone, both in sim and real life as well, as we see, well, a gap between Next in Orange and Race Anywhere SimSport really closed down as well here. We do often see this, and we've got the SimTech Motorsport car between the 2 of them as well. So it's yeah, going to be very interesting indeed. Race Anywhere SimSport, founded in March last year as a sim racing team. And not only involved in our racing. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say you often commentated them often enough in Assetto Corsa championships as well.
Aim is in the few years' time to be more at the top level of competition in sim racing. Of course, backed by Race Anywhere, which is based very near Silverstone. Just a note on this fight though. Next in Orange and Race Anywhere seems on very different strategies, because Race Anywhere are on. Well, it's not telling me. 27 laps into their stint. Sorry, 31 even further. They're really quite close to the end of their stint. But I remember this happening at the end of the last round of stops here for the touring cars, Lorenzo. The low fuel for Race Anywhere SimSport allowed them to catch up and pass Jamie Durry at the last stint, and that's happening again here. Shane Burke is quite a long way through his stint as well, so they're both on low fuel, and they're going to be on the back of the 13 pretty soon, I'd imagine.
And just looking over here, if there's actually going to make a quick difference, because if I remember correctly, they can do pit stops at the same time you're putting up the tires. So the average is going to be 1 minute 20. Yeah. You can say the gap that Jamie, whenever they come into the pit lane, might be around 40 seconds, something like that. Whenever Shane actually stops the car and might hand it over to Sherwood or Paul Morgan.
We'll see if there is a swap at all, actually, because Jamie Durry has not swapped during our entire stint, I don't think. Maybe he got in very early on in our stint, but even so, it's quite long to be out there. In terms of driving time here, Lorenzo, I believe that we're just working on the iRacing driving time limit, which really isn't very... it's not very restricting at all. It's very relaxed, the iRacing drive time limit. So, I mean, it's barely a consideration for them, this race, surely.
Yeah. You can have kind of like someone have the full load in terms of the team, and the other one's kind of like small divided into smaller portions. Kind of like if you say 90-minute stints, you get like, instead of 20 stints, 22 stints, you can get like 18. You have someone doing 12 at the end, the other one's 2-3 abreast, for example.
By the way, we have just crossed over another hour. 11 hours down. I'm currently predicting 200, my God, 710 laps in this race on that most recent prediction. So, the way that Arjuna always taught me to work out the drive time limit is however many drivers you have in your team divided by 4. Since most of these teams are 4 driver teams, it's basically 710 divided by 4 and then divided by 4 again, which, you know, is what, barely 2 stints really in this race, and you're absolutely fine. But I mean, there's no way that any of these drivers surely would want to do 22 stints of this race, or however long that would be, 22 hours that would be, I suppose. And there's no way that anyone would want to do that. It's more of a, as I said earlier, it's more of a relaxed feel, and I don't feel there's any need for a lot of these teams and drivers to really be out there forever and ever, stretching their stints out for a real long time, when, you know, there's no real need to. There's no limit in terms of the driving time. It's not really a limitation for you, and it's better to keep your drivers fresh and rested, really, rather than keep them up doing 3 or 4 hours in one go. Yes, it's always personal preference, though, as we look towards another replay with a GT3 involved. Let's see quite what happened to them. Well, turn-in oversteer for you, and well, arguably going too quickly on the way in towards Brooklands. But just a healthy dose of oversteer on the way into Brooklands there, forcing that BMW around, and had to get back going again. But it won't be the last time we see an incident like that.
Yeah, looks like too much trail braking into the entry, because you still kind of have to brake into the entry, but it isn't like major brake. It's like just letting the car turn in and using the trail braking just to keep the car from understeering on the transition from the entry to the exit portion of the corner. and then having a good entry towards Bluefield. So just unfortunate.
On the inside now for Scott Kimbrough. Whoa, very nearly went for that. Jamie Dory just up in front in the next-gen orange touring car. You can just see this is the fight for second place. We'll remind you, very different pit stop strategies going on here, but it's a battle to watch nevertheless. Second place in the touring car order. Kimbrough through turn 1. He's going to look towards the inside of Village maybe. Is there going to be a move? There certainly is. Down late on the brakes. Real head of steam through turn 2. Was able to duck out just in time for turn 3. And now Scott Kimbrough makes the move for Race Anywhere Simsport, although next gen orange aren't quite done yet. They will now have to tuck into line. And they'll stay behind going towards Brooklands. That was a pretty textbook pass really from Scott Kimbrough there. Nothing fancy, but it didn't need to be. It was a simple out-braking move into turn 3. That was nearly contact though. Some GT3s make their way past.
And by the way, as if you are the guy up in the front, as we see Angus Fender, and apparently he had to do a drive-through and fell 10 seconds back into the field. But coming back to the TCRs just really quickly, if you are the in P2 who's battling P3 and there's 1 lap advantage, do you let him by? Because this is getting way too racy for your comfort. And that can become problematic for you if any contact happens. So if it's me, I'll just let P3 go by.
Yep, I agree. And Jamie Dory will be back later on after they've made their pit stops. He'll be back in front again. This is Kinetic Racing. Richard Crozier got a big slipstream off of another one of the BMWs. Look to maybe make a move. This is an unlapping manoeuvre, by the way, from Crozier for Kinetic Racing. Down the inside into Stowe, but there's a touring car there. Oh dear. Big slide. Oh, very nearly caught it all, but ended up in the gravel. That's ambition, I'm afraid, outweighing the grip levels in that car up towards Stowe Corner. You do have to be oh so careful. And I do wonder, no, we are only heading towards midnight at the moment, but this race it's quite a strange feeling, I've got to be honest, in the UK right now. Heading towards midnight, but heading nearly halfway through this race already. You know, that's quite a long way through to be when we're not that far through the day. Normally we see, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, these 24 hours starting, 24-hour races starting. I can't remember quite what the latest 24-hour race is starting, but I think Le Mans maybe 3 o'clock.
Le Mans is 3 o'clock. Daytona is, if I remember, the last one I went there was around 1 p.m.
That's the time of the endurance race, 1 p.m. In my opinion, that's the correct way to do it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I know, so let's see what happened to Ben Cooper. Faster car. Looks like it is Project Green, maybe?
It's and that's pretty big contact with the wall. Well, I mean, we said it time and time again. These GT3s have got to remember their grip is more. They've got more grip than the touring cars, and they've got to remember that.
Yeah, it's tricky for you to get something in terms of being clean. Let's look on the replay from the Team Green Print. Benjamin Tren. The car is going to drift out towards your way, so...
Yeah, that's especially silly because the GT3s can go wider there through turn 2. Benjamin Tran had the opportunity there to give the touring car more room, and he actually didn't do. I know he obviously couldn't have really foreseen that, but you've got to remember always the touring cars have less grip, and he could have pulled wider there.
Oh, he could have. I don't know if the intention is just because you really want to have the line going to the braking and let the other one drift back and get advantage. But look what happens. They get contact, and now they got to drive through the team's green print. So it's just adding sought into the injury that they caused.
That's for incident points, by the way, not a steward's assigned penalty. That was for incidents. As in the incident limit in iRacing, I should say. And we saw earlier on, actually, that people were saying, well, the drive-through penalty here is actually not that disadvantageous to take it, so might as well just take the off-tracks and then just use the penalty. But it's actually turned out that teams have found it a little bit more costly than maybe they otherwise thought. Because obviously Silverstone's pit lane is on the inside of the track, and you do actually miss the final chicane and the final corner, turn 1. So it's actually, a shorter distance, but it's actually been a little bit more costly than some teams were expecting. So people are saying, actually, maybe it's not the best idea to take these drive-throughs and we should be a little bit more careful. But with these incident points, once you've gotten one drive-through, it takes you less incident points to get the next one. So you kind of already made your bed there and made it a very difficult race for yourself.
Yeah, and it's very hard for you to get that mindset going after so many incidents and just try to be consistent again during your race lap. So that's the process of learning stuff and being a racing driver, not just virtual, but also real life as well.
Now, Brett Widner is catching the DCW Racing Mercedes right now. That's the chicken car. I don't know why the Mercedes is chicken and why the Ferrari is egg, but it is. For whatever reason. Either way, they could be displaced of a top 10 pretty soon as Prismatic Motorsports close in. And we'll see if they can get through over the next few moments. I'm just hearing mathematical confirmation, by the way, from somebody else in the YouTube chat that my maths on the minimum stints is at least roughly correct. You need 2 stints would do it, put it that way, in a 4-driver team. But who would do that? As we're going to see a replay here for Ted Bowerman's. Going to get dived by everybody into cops, and the marbles and all of the dirt on the outside of these corners is starting to be affected. Oh, dear. Well, that incident contained at least 2 more cars than it needed to.
That is a strike.
Yeah, that was bowling. Yeah, mate. Well, I mean, let's have a little look at this. Jake Southfield is the Sim Racing Collective driver who collected TCR hit. I mean, he hasn't got much time to react here. He is going round Cop's corner, which makes things hard. But I can't help but feel at least one of those 3 cars that hit the touring car could have avoided it.
Yeah, something like it. To put it mildly, and it's just a little bit unfortunate. You see some of these cars being whipped around. Meanwhile, leader into the pits. I know his pit stop time is kind of like shortens down because you come in too quick into the pit lane, so you kind of quarter veil and club. But his lap prior to this, even if it didn't get an off track, that would have been the fastest lap of the race with the 56.9. So that would have been the first guy into the 56.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. Dear, and Michael Tyler getting back going again here for quarter mile. Oh dear, he's blinking. Oh my goodness! Hit in a big way. Michael Tyler sent off the road, over the fence, into the air, and back into the pit lane. It was Gareth Williams who didn't really have anywhere to go here, unsighted. Blinking, barely affected the Mercedes there.
Wow. What can I say over here? Oh, actually, I got a good one. Even I know the NFL is trying to expand its matches towards England, and I know I've been on the weekend that the Giants played the Packers, But I didn't know they actually extended that to cars as well.
Yeah, it's wow. That was a proper set. Hang on a minute, Michael Tyler is out there now in a pristine touring car.
Fast repair.
Well, it has to be, because that is astonishing. He's back out there again, but I mean, well, I hope he's not in VR first of all, and second of all, that's quite a. I mean, it would rattle anyone, that kind of incident there, and he's got to get back out there now and get right back on the pace again almost immediately.
I wonder if he actually got tires in anything. Oh, just overshooting Brooklands. Just mind yourself, mind the spacing into the cars, and see if we can actually get it going once again. Because from what it looks like, that car still doesn't look healthy on the tires as he came out of the pit lane.
No, not really. Now, wow, that's the damage there was.
Oh, it doesn't look too damaged.
That looks like tens of minutes there. But as I say, fast repair. I'm not actually sure how many fast repairs they get throughout this race, but they clearly had at least one there, did quite a Mass Motorsport.
Oh, if they use a fast repair for that, that is probably a very well used fast repair. Well, and I'm saying this as like an understatement.
Yes. That is pretty big understatement, really. What a big crash that was for Michael Tyler. And fortunately, he is back going once again. 4 fast repairs we're hearing from one of the drivers. So thanks very much for that. Thanks for the info. Yeah, 4 fast repairs. I mean, that'll get you through a race. I guess it's to kind of keep everybody interested, keep everybody in the race as well. And it certainly has worked. We've only got 4 retirements out of the 47 so far. So, you know, having 4 fast repairs is a good idea, really.
Yeah, that was a really good idea, but we saw whenever Justin and Stefan were actually commentating, some of the teams already used those fast repairs. So, yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
It doesn't stop them from sitting through a normal repair, though. Once you've used your fast repairs, it doesn't mean you can't repair your car anymore.
Oh,
as
no.
Brett Windler gets turned around. That is pretty rough on Prismatic Motorsports there, who were closing in on 10th place. Found themselves in the awkward situation of being right in the middle of the road there. And now Widner will be able to get going again and on the road, but that really didn't look like their fault, that.
Yeah, it didn't look like it, even though they were side by side, and didn't get any signs of pinching in, going through Brooklands and Littlefield. We're gonna get that on the replay really shortly, but let's look from Tomao's perspective, because he looks like he was the one that made contact with the Prismatic car. Going through Brooklands on the entry, kind of dives it in, and you can see, yeah, just no overlap whatsoever. The car drifts away a little bit into the outside and made contact with Prismatic, and that if there's any penalties, Fury is gonna get the Fury out of the stewards. Yes, that setup was intentional.
I'm afraid, yeah, that might well be a penalty, because first of all, Tom Mayo is 6 laps behind Prismatic Motorsports at the moment. And so there's no need to come from that far back to make a move to try and unlap yourself when the pace difference isn't that obvious, I'm afraid. So, shame for Prismatic Motorsports. They'll be back on it again, though, and looking to close in again on DCW Racing. 15 seconds is the gap now, though, between the two. So we'll have to wait a good while for that one, for that battle to develop once again. But it was, and arguably still is, one of the closer ones out there right now. The closest one probably is Angus Fender and Kevin Brown. 9 seconds between those two in the MX-5s just for the moment. So it will settle down again, but yeah, silly incidents. Yeah, a reminder that without that drive-through penalty for this car, they would have been even closer than this. So It was, yeah, not a great thing for them, the drive-through penalty, but Angus Fenner's a very strong driver, and he should be there to provide us with a battle very soon, I'd imagine.
Yeah. We're probably going to get that battle right before Racing for Extra Life actually goes into the pit lane, so that can become real.
Is it going to become real before we have to leave and hand over, though, is another
Please.
question. We certainly hope so. We've seen a driver change, by the way, up front. Elliot Hellier has finally gotten out of the number 7 at Samsoid Kanani Esports car as... Oh, Andrew Dawson's off the road. Andrew Dawson for BRT, the race leader overall, was just about to restore his 1-lap lead over now David P.J. Sampson, but has gone around at Stowe. If ever you needed a reminder that endurance races are not over until they're over, especially not over in the first half of them, then that is it. That's the wake-up call for BRT now. Andrew Dawson going around on one of his early laps here, Lorenzo. Here it is up towards Stowe Corner. It's completely on his own. Nobody around him, nobody else to blame, just loses the rear end.
Yeah, the only thing he will actually lose is a little bit of his pride, and but still carrying the car on. I thought that would actually be a very scary moment, touching the grass or something like that, but the car just looked like it wasn't stable from the entry, and then it kind of like carrying itself through the corner. So still retaining the lead over a full lap over David Sampson.
Absolutely. So that gap will come down just a little bit as Neil Ferrier continues out there in the 4X Racing green car. And we're hopefully going to have one of their drivers joining us very soon. But yeah, currently in 18th position, 7 laps off the 25 off of Gareth Williams for 17th as well, which is what I was trying to say all at once. Yeah, just out there with Neil Ferrier at the moment. I believe actually Ferrier got out most recently just before we came in, and now he's back out there again after a few hours rest. They're rotating their way through rather nicely for 4X Racing Green. Let's see what their lap time was the last time around. 2:03 on their last time around. Well, that was the time before. This time, a 1:59.6, which is very quick. It's quicker than every car ahead of them, up to 12. So you can be sure that they do have some room to move up towards the front of the field. Let's bring in one of his teammates, though, hopefully, if we can have a little bit of a chat to Costa from 4X Racing Green as well. Costa, can you hear us, and can we hear you? Doesn't sound like the answer is yes to that, because yeah, it doesn't look like he's there just for the minute. So we'll try and get that again in a few moments' time. But yeah, for the moment, it doesn't look like he's quite available. But 4X Racing Green doing all right, 18th position. I guess for a lot of the teams already, with even more with this amount of time to go in the race, it's already about trying to get to the end.
Yeah, and apparently I got some reports on Team BRT, which is kind of important. From what I'm getting on our chat, take a look here, Ewan. The car keeps stalling, no brakes.
Wow. Keeps stalling and no brakes. Keeps stalling. Stalling would suggest that he's continually setting off from 0 miles an hour, which would be bizarre. Last lap time was a 2:52, and it was not an outlap. So that's a really slow one for BRT. Wow, yeah, we could have a big story at the front of the race. Let's just go back to 4X Racing Green, though, just for the next couple of moments, because we do have Costa now in for an interview. Welcome to the booth, Costa. Good to have you here. You guys currently running down in 18th position at the moment. Neil Ferrier currently at the wheel, just over 20 seconds behind the number 1 car, just behind. How are you feeling about Neil's driving at the moment, and how his stint and your race is going generally?
Yeah, the race has been going good. Neil's been fantastic. He's picked up like 5 positions in 4 hours or something. Nate is next in the car, and I'm in at like 1 AM or something like that. So it's going good so far.
What's the kind of feeling at this stage of the race? Because I have to admit, we're nearly halfway in. We're nearly 12 hours in. And I know it's not even midnight yet, but I'm quite tired because it's been quite a long race so far. How are you guys feeling in terms of tiredness and motivation for the next portion of this race, for the next bit of darkness we've got coming up?
Yeah, I'm only doing till 3 AM. I know Nate's American, so he's got it a bit easier. Neil's going to bed after his stint, so yeah, aim's just to finish. I had a bit of a mistake in my stint, but yeah, it's going good so far.
In-sim time is, or in-sim date, I should say, is in October, which is giving us a lot of darkness throughout the course of this race. It's not quite as much darkness, I suppose, if we were to have the in-sim date as the real life date. However, how has the added amount of darkness affected your preparation at all? Are you pleased there's more nighttime driving, or would you like to have seen a little bit less, maybe?
It's good that like it's similar to the time zones we got here in the UK, especially with like winter and stuff. So the GMT and BST stuff doesn't get mixed up. But yeah, I quite like nighttime driving. It's just that it's a bit more scary, and like you don't know where the MX-5s are on track and stuff. So it's a bit dodgy that way, but it's good so far.
And speaking of the lap traffic, just finally, we heard a lot from the Mazdas about being scared of you guys in the GT3s. Are you guys scared of catching the slower cars because of the speed difference around this circuit?
It depends on whereabouts you are on track, really. Because like if you're at Margate and Beckett's, it's scary there because you've got to slow down, stay behind the Mazda, and basically go around the inside of Chapel. But if you say like you're on the back straight, it's easier. And going into Woodcourt, Luffield, you can go around the outside, and yeah, round turn 1's a bit difficult as well.
Well, we'll let you get back to the team now, Costa. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Thanks for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of your race.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Costa joining us there from the 4X Racing Green team. Good to chat to people out on the circuit, and if you are a driver, of course, and you want to have a chat to us, chat with us, chat to us, both of them things. Put yourself in the waiting for interview booth in the Discord, and we'll bring you up, and we'll have a bit of a chinwag as we just did. Oh dearie me, there's going to be a more heated discussion after that incident. I'm afraid 3 cars involved, including it's Michael Tyler again. I'm afraid the car that got launched not so long ago. Michael Tyler involved in another incident. I don't think this one was. Well, to be fair, him getting launched wasn't much his fault either, although he was damaged and going across the road. There may well be more damage, and this is how people are getting through fast repairs so quickly, I guess, and how they need 4, is that as soon as you get back out there again with a new car, immediately somebody hits you and it's damaged again.
Yeah, to put it mildly, I just want to see how bad that incident really looked like, and Michael Tyler, you know, just going from bad to worse to, I'm gonna use the same thing I used in Ira. Bad to worse to shambles. Bad to worse to terrible to shambles. Because this is like the full, like, recap of things. Let's see, Jack Goering, TNT Esports.
Oh dear.
Oh no, dear, oh dear.
Am I right in thinking that Goring was going around the outside of a GT3 there, and then down the inside of that touring car? Was that a GT3 he was going around the outside of?
Looked like it.
Did. How on earth would he ever think that was... Well, I suppose it would have worked if there hadn't been that slight bit of contact, but you've also got to factor in the fact that there might be that bit of contact, and you can't just presume that everything's going to go well every time. And in such a long race, with, you know, such big gaps, I'm surprised that it is indeed a GT3. So
It's a
why does he
BMW.
attempt to make a move through Maggots and Beckett's here?
Um, um,
I can see what he was
don't-
thinking, but
yeah.
still.
It's just weird, you know, to try to make that overtake, because even if, let's just say, had the gap to try to do it, and the gap between the TCR of Michael Tyler and the BMW behind, or actually that close, leaving Maggots going through Beckett's, and then Chapel, I still think that would have been a high risk maneuver, because you would dive down on the GT3, you would be kind of like glued on the back bumper out of the TCR, and still probably would have made contact. So I think the contact, regardless of the situation, probably would have happened. I don't know if that would have been that bad though. That's the thing.
I think it would have worked without the contact, to be honest. But then again, even if he had got around the
risky.
outside of the GT3, he might have clattered into the touring car anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, it's very risky though. It would have been a
Yeah,
high
exactly.
risk maneuver.
Exactly. And this is my point. We've got more than half of this race to go. The gaps are quite big. If you stay out of incidents and you stay sensible, you're going to get through this race a lot more readily and in much better shape. So, yeah, it's a strange one. And I don't know why people don't exercise a little bit more caution in these races. But I always say that, to be honest, in the longer races. And consistently, drivers want to battle harder. And obviously, I'm not complaining about the battles going on and the aggression being shown. It's what we want to see as spectators, as commentators. Of course, want to see action, but we don't want to see cars taking each other off all the time, of course.
Yeah, and again, I kind of like go. I level things off because it is a little bit of a different event. You don't have a lot of people that are highly experienced in the sim, you know. Have a real life experience. You're gonna see Jay Becker from Team Greenprint is gonna get dived down by the Ferrari, and nothing the Ferrari should have done over there. He should have done that maneuver, even though there was a slight overlap, a slight gap for you to make that dive. It was going to have contact. If it wasn't a T-bone maneuver, it probably would have been a door-to-door contact that could have ended badly for both of them.
Yeah, a little bit of an ill-advised dive there on Jay Becker for Team Greenprint.
Just really quickly, even just to wrap up my thought, it's just I kind of level because you can't have these events where, of course, you have the big gap between the speed in terms of Mazdas, TCRs, and GT3s, and the experience, the level of drivers. You know, of course, I think one of the things that Stefan addressed is the I rating. It doesn't matter much, even though there is an I rating difference in some of the drivers over here. You're driving for fun and everything, but at least it is not on the same level as we saw in some competitions that me and Arjuna cover, and the driving level was atrocious. So that's why you kind of have to level things off over here, just by many instances that we're seeing on screen right now.
Absolutely. Oh dear, strange bit of contact there in a side-by-side moment between a couple of BMWs. But yeah, I certainly agree with your point. For example, Angus Fender, who we're watching right now, has only got 2.2 KI rating, but we've seen how fast he is for ourselves. You know, well, in real life, he's driven in British GT and driven all sorts of things in real life. So the actual I rating is not the be-all and end-all of driver skill, although it can be very important. It is very telling. Though, as you say, we do sometimes see some rather poor rather highly rated iRacers driving poorly. That does happen from time to time. As Shane Burke comes into the pit lane right now from the lead. Now, is this on schedule or not? I think it is. Yes, it is on schedule for Shane Burke. So we are going to see that lead go away, and Sjoen van der Sloot is back at the wheel there. So rotating between those two rather nicely over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, really solid stint for them. Good to see Shane and Sherman having a really solid performance on the TCRs. I think, let's see what happened over here for, looks like Nate Jordan.
See here. Wide from Nate Jordan and just stops.
Weird.
Very weird. And he gets going again. Well, we had screen freeze earlier from Dan and Moore. And off into the grass, brakes. It's clearly not comfortable. This is 4X Racing Green, who've only just been into the pit lane. And given this is a first pit stop, sorry, an outlap here for Nate Jordan, something has to be wrong with either his wheel or something. I wonder whether he's just, you know, not receiving any force feedback at the minute, or something internal is happening there. Because he clearly doesn't feel comfortable even leaving the outside of the track at the minute. He doesn't want to go out onto the track for whatever reason.
At least he got it going at the end of things, which is good to see. But just really quickly on Shane and Sherman, I think we commentated on them quite a lot on a few other leagues. Whether didn't drive TCRs, they were driving like LMPs and things like that. So it's good to see they still stick it out with the with going with different cars and having really good performance in those cars, not just TCRs but LMPs and things, specifically even in other sims, and dominating TCR so far.
Always makes me so nervous watching these GT3s
Yeah,
go past the Mazdas. It's quite horrific sometimes to watch.
It's insane to think about, like if you go on the hangar straight, for example, the GT3s are gonna peak around 260 to 265 kilometers per hour. The Mazda is gonna peak it out as about 200 tops, I think. So it's insane to think that in a race like this.
Absolutely. It's it's very scary indeed. Angus Fender, though, closing in here. He's less than a second away from second place from Racing for Extra Life, and I think we are going to get this battle again very, very soon, I think.
I think it's kind of on already because traffic didn't play on Kevin Brown's way.
The final corner they go, and towards the start-finish line. Kevin Brown over the line. And through turn one, but yeah, it's being caught hand over fist, lap on lap. Another 2 attempts on that lap there, and so the inevitable is coming here for him. Slightly wide through turn 4 there, out onto the straight through into Aintree, and out onto the straight. There's going to be a big slipstream here for BUSR iRacing, and surely an opportunity to go through as well. See if Angus Fender takes the first opportunity that's presented to him. Dives on the inside, late on the brakes. Close between the two. But in the end, Kevin Brown didn't want any piece of that, really. He goes through, and Angus Fender goes through. Kevin Brown down to 3rd position. And so the two of them may well, now that we've had that battle, may well start to get further away from each other once again as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a little bit kind of like shoved off in terms of gaps going through the exit of Brooklands and then Luffield, but still managed to having a really good performance. But what I like to see is that that Racing for Extra Life is that they're supporting charities around North America. So it's kind of like they're doing basically, I think, the Extra Life events that they race around 24 hours. That, from what I've seen, they race this year is back to back. So he's doing a 24-hour racing for what it looks like. Kevin Brown over here driving out by himself, and doing that for charity, which is always good, you know, driving, having fun, and doing it for a good cause.
Absolutely, that's what you want to see. Exactly what an event like this is for. The ButtKicker Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone. Off the road here for Marlon Jones and Lee Paul Racing. The final of the running touring cars in this race, finding itself down in 9th and 15 laps off the lead in that class. Sharon van der Sloot, as we've already talked about. Oh, nearly finding itself in an altercation with a Mazda there as well. But clearly some sort of issue through Maggots and Beckett's for them. In the 6-2-1. Wide through Copse. GT3's negotiating them without problems. And then there's another GT3 coming here. And, well, that's the other side of the coin, I guess, here. Is that not just the GT3s being over-aggressive on occasion, but the touring cars looking in their mirrors and not looking where they're going on that occasion.
It looks like it has just got really spooked on with the GT3 probably diving down on the entry of cops, of maggots, and overreacted with the car.
This battle between English Fender and Kevin Brown, can we really call it a battle anymore? Well, we'll find out in the next few minutes. Staying pretty close, and the slipstream will certainly help. The slipstream is very powerful. Well, I say it's very powerful in the Mazdas. It is very helpful because he just spends so long on the straights. There is going to be a splitting of the pack now as off the road for Dale Eastman in the Aztec Racing. Luckily, they've got 11 laps to the Kinetic Racing car behind them. So something tells me they'll be all right. But let's see. On board into Maggots and Beckett's. All good through the first part, although just loses the rear end and off into the grass and then goes around entirely.
Yeah, I think just the fact that he tried to re-accelerate again or try to get the car back into line and still race, I think that was what undid the save, because that would have been a massive save going through Maggots and Beckett. So it's just unfortunate that I think he overcooked it going into Chapel, and the car just spun around naturally.
I think so. So just under 12 hours 20 remaining in this race. Well, that battle has now been settled down in the Mazdas. I'm going to down quickly the top 5 in each of the categories just before anybody pits again and throws us all off. Andrew Dawson has found his feet now in this stint for BRT, who still lead here. Well, despite that very close call with that Mazda, they still lead. It's less than a lap now, much less than a lap. 1 minute 40 is the gap between the two teams. But Andrew Dawson is now up to speed and going as quickly as you'd expect. Samsung Canard Esports are currently second with David PJ Sampson, and it's Elite Racing Team rounding out the provisional podium. It's a lap back to Old Totals Motorsport, who themselves have half a minute over 89 Motorsport, and Bartek Selinski, who is in that 5th placed number 489. That was contact with the race leader coming out of turn 4. They hit one of the touring cars off the road. Speaking of touring cars, Marlon Jones is running in 9th, but in 1st it's Simtech Motorsport and Sharon van der Sloot at 1 minute 40 almost for them as well. A gap that continues to expand to next gen orange. Jamie Durry at the wheel for pretty much the entire time that I've been here. RD Simsport running in 3rd with Race Anywhere Simsport in 4th. And Dabber Customs Pineapple Racing Club past SRT. Ben Cooper currently driving out in 5th position. the snappiest name in all of sim racing. Running out the top 5. And then it is the Mazda MX-5. Project Dynamic Green have led this race by 4 laps for a good while now. They've got a nice margin over the battle for second between BUSR Racing and Racing for Extra Life. Then we have Quantum Racing Team with Richard Gordon, despite running out of fuel at the end of their most recent stint. And then Sequential Simsport, who were running second before an incident at Maggots and Beckett's in the last few hours. Well, it was an interesting moment for the race leader there, Lorenzo, as we were watching them and we were complimenting them or complimenting Andrew Dawson anyway for finding his feet in this stint finally, and you know, he's getting up to speed and going well, and all of a sudden we're watching him and he hit the back of a touring car.
Yeah, that could have been a scary moment that like they had it enough already, like a failure on the braking, a few moments spinning around, so let's hope for them that that's the last of the issues they probably have in this race.
Let's hope so for their sake. Because the gap is not exactly a large one anymore. 10 seconds of that gap, by the way, is closed as a result of Samsung Canard Racing Esports only taking 2 tyres at that last pit stop, as opposed to BRT, who took 4. This is the incident we're talking about. On board with Dawson, he tries to go for the up and under, and I think Marlon Jones tried to stay offline, tried to stay out of the way of that of the race leader. And in the end, this is exactly why the slower cars are always told to stay on their line, because you'll put off the faster cars. It's up to them to try and make their way through on the slower cars.
Yeah.
Make their way through Maggots and Beckett's again in the S's. Just over 100 seconds between them. We are, by the way, closing in on a stream change here, by the way. But before we do that, we are going to pull in one of the drivers, I believe, from Wiskins Racing, intoxicated by telemetry, but we're going to find out whether that's true or not in the next few minutes. They are indeed. So we're going to bring in now. Welcome to the booth. Good to have you here from the Wiskins Racing team, the 221. It's 6th place currently for you guys in the touring car category. Just tell us a little bit about maybe how pleased or disappointed you are with your first half of this race.
I mean, I think it was a pretty good start. I was like holding on to the back of P1 for most of my first hour and a half. So it's like hour and a half stints in the touring car. But then we had some issues with being lapped by the GT3 field, and then we all got split apart. And then it's a pretty scary experience being picked apart by the GT3 field after you're on your own, and then everybody wants a piece of you, you know?
I mean, just on that subject, I mean, have you felt that the GT3s have been well behaved in terms of overtaking touring cars today? Do you think it's been too much aggression? And what are your feelings on the general lap traffic situation? Because of course you're passing cars as well, of course.
It's there's a few cars that we've had issues with, like almost every time. But for the most part, I think most of the GT3 field has been okay. But it's always it's always scary being the slower class car, right? I think the Mazdas have been mostly fine. There's a couple of slower. I think with it being a community race and the split being so wide, you've got like 8K drivers and 800 I-rating drivers. It adds a bit of spice to the mix, It
certainly does. And what's also added an extra bit of spice is the amount of darkness we have throughout this race. It's being run in sim date as sort of October time. Not quite as, obviously, as many hours of darkness as we'd have if we ran it as today's date. However, it's still quite a lot of darkness. Are you guys pleased about the extra level of darkness? How are you guys in terms of nighttime driving?
I think as a team we're pretty all right on the nighttime stints. Silverstone is a pretty dark circuit because like there's no circuit lighting, right? You know, it's not something like Spa where you can basically see where you're going anyway. That's pretty matter. But yeah, it's pretty dark. We're doing okay. We would like a little bit more lighting. You know, like you obviously see all the crowds in the background, but there's no lighting there. There's basically no.
And one final thing as well, what are your aspirations for this race? We're nearly on the halfway mark now, but where are you hoping to get to by in 12 hours' time?
I think we'd like to get, so we're P6 now, I think we'd like to get back to like P4, if we can get back to P3. I mean, I don't know how other people are doing on sort of incidents and how many fast repairs people have taken already. So, you know, anything's possible in a 24-hour race.
Absolutely, anything is possible, and you can't count yourselves out for any position just yet. So we'll let you go back to the team now. First of all, yeah, 6th place for the minute. Good driving so far. We wish you luck with the rest of the race, and thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks very much. There is Harry Fox from the number 221 team in touring car right now, currently running in 6th position. It's interesting to hear what people think about their aspirations for the remainder of this race. I think it's one of those races, Lorenzo, where it's so, you know, all over the place in terms of people having incidents here, there, and everywhere, and pretty much anybody can still be a race winner from this point on.
Yeah, absolutely, because you have so much uncertainty, and you can see still so much friction and attrition with the cars around the track, that you can actually lead a race, and for example, you got some sort of like a brake failure that or clutch failure that we saw with Andy Dawson in the lead of the race, right? And that could go up in shambles. Basically, your whole lap of advantage can go up in shambles just like that, just because you have a mechanical failure or technical failure with your equipment, or even a crash or something like that. So as long as you're still battling, even though you might be far ways back, you still have a chance.
Certainly do. And the fast repairs as well have been a great addition really to this race, because it's really helped people stay in touch here, as Racing for Extra Life and Quantum Racing Team from the Mazdas both make pit stops here. They've both done that now, and they're back out there again, or at least the Racing for Extra Life team are. Back into the Mazdas we go. There's Luke Francis on his way out again, new driver into the car. We are approaching the end of our commentary stint, Lorenzo. We're approaching half distance in this race. Has this race surprised you in any way with how it's unfolded over the first 12 hours? Have there been any surprises, or has it gone more or less to the game plan?
I was surprised to see some action around the track going, despite the different strategies and things like that. Everybody's still keeping in the track itself. We only had a few retirements. We only have 4 retirements from the beginning of the race. So seeing that, it's very good to see that everybody's going for this for the fun, for the enjoyment, for the experience. So despite not driving by themselves, some of the teams at the current moment, so they're truly embracing the spirit of endurance racing. Still going on strong, still trying to have fun, still trying to enjoy it, the races, until the time runs out.
So we've got plenty of time, plenty of racing before we quite get to that. We will be able to, by the way, have just one more interview before we get in towards a stream change, which we're going to do very soon. I'm just going to pull in Paul Walsh from the Next Gen Racing Purple team right now. Paul, are you there? Can you hear us? Not sure I can at the minute, which is not ideal. So we'll try that again in a little bit of time, because we will, as I said, be changing streams very soon. So we'll be changing producer. Hugo Luis will be starting to press the buttons. Well, continuing to press buttons, but this time for the stream. we'll be able to enjoy the final 12 hours with him. It's just been put in the YouTube chat, by the way, so when we do tell you, move over to that one, and we'd love to have you for the next section of this broadcast. It's been fun so far, and you're going to be in the good company of David Haynes and Taylor Burris for the next 4 hours of this broadcast. But we are indeed about to hit the halfway stage. Closest fights on the circuit at the moment, not that close. We've got the typical midpoint in this endurance race now, where the closest margin is separated by a good 8 seconds or so. If in the battle for fifth, if you can still call it a battle at 8 seconds apart. We'll get to it if indeed it does become a battle. But there's a Samsung Canard Esports kart, Lorenzo. They've still got 12 hours to catch the leaders right now. Plenty of time. They're going to have to work away at that one.
Yeah, they're going to have to pull something out of their bag to get closer towards the leader. But still, it's a very respectable place to be in P2, despite everything that transpired in the GT3s and the GT3 attrition that we've seen in this race.
Absolutely. Into Brooklands and Luffield for second place car in this field right now. Still David PJ Sampson at the wheel there after a long stint from Elliot Hellier. As we've got a black flag now for the 221, I believe. I don't want to be releasing information that that's completely wrong, because I've panicked teams with that in the past. But they have dropped. Well, they haven't really dropped down, but they're going to be 6th place still for them at the minute. And something to avoid, really. I guess at this stage in the race, it really is about staying out of trouble, as we've said many times. We're in the darkness right now. And we're going to remain in the darkness for quite a long time here, Lorenzo. It really is kind of a real marker of this race. Just the amount that's being spent in darkness. I know that Daytona has a similar amount in darkness, I suppose, but it's floodlit. So, you know, it's not quite the same. This is more challenging in terms of darkness.
Yeah, because you don't have artificial lighting as you probably do get in Daytona. You get it in the front straight, you do get a little bit on the back straight as well. So trying to negotiate in the track that it's weird not to get some artificial lighting in races that we already seen endurance races like WEC, for example. Even though it is 6 hours, but nevertheless, you should expect artificial lighting around the track. It's odd, so it makes the race double its difficulty without too much of a hassle.
Absolutely. Going into Brooklands and Luffield again for the 2nd place Mercedes. As you can see, Andrew Dawson has found his feet in this stint now, and he's starting to gain time, as you'd expect him to. Dawson took 4 tyres at the last pit stop. We didn't see the same from the Mercedes. So that's why we're just seeing that gap just extend out again. It's now at 148 as the Mercedes looks down the inside of one of the touring cars. Goes in towards Maggots and Beckett's. For now, though, even though the gap's not coming down, the car is still clean, and they are still in the race. Well, that is just about going to do it for us here on from me and Lorenzo. Anyway, we are going to be switching over the streams. There's a link in the YouTube chat to pull yourself over to for the next part of this stream for hours 13 to 18. So make sure you join us over there. It would be great to have you along. Thanks very much to everybody who's been tuned in so far this evening. It's been good to have a nice Saturday night racing here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. Be very entertaining indeed. Stay with us. David Haynes and Taylor Burris will be on the other side of this quick break. But for now, from me and Lorenzo Bonder alongside me, it's goodbye from us. And this is RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion.